Well, good evening, everyone. 48 First Alert Meteorologist Chelsea Aaron just to provide some updates here as we head throughout the rest of the evening. If you've noticed, if you have your alerts on loud, we just received a tornado watch. This is going to be for all counties excluding Marshall, also DeKalb and Jackson County. Now, we do not have any word if this watch will be extended eastward as we head throughout the rest of the evening. Sorry, it's already been a long day. But if that should change, we'll be the first to let you know. Right now, no storms in our area, and storms likely have about another hour or so before they approach northwest Alabama. But I just wanted to go ahead and get on here with you. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, you know the drill. Please put them in the comment section, and please try to keep them in my comment section. Note, this might pull up on several different pages. I have this not only cross-posted on my page, but on our WAFF 48 news page. If I'm not responding to your comment, it's not because I'm ignoring you, it's just because I simply cannot see it. And I want to make sure I answer any concerns because my phone has been blown up since last night, really, and a lot of you may have some lingering questions as we head throughout tonight. Tornado, that's not going to be our primary impact. Primary impacts still remain damaging wind gusts, but we can't rule out the possibility of a brief spin up or two as we head overnight and early on Monday morning. The highest risk for that is going to be primarily along and west of I-65. Note, a tornado will be possible, but tornadoes will not be common and not be widespread. Two things can be true at the same time. I said this earlier, and maybe that can ease some of your storm anxieties because I know that's very common nowadays. I feel like that used to not be the norm, but day after day, even if we don't even have a severe weather threat, people are messaging me saying, I have severe storm anxiety. Please let me know, are we going to see tornadoes? What are we going to see throughout the evening? That's certainly possible, but I promise you have a higher likelihood of potentially being in a car crash tomorrow morning than a tornado happening and directly hitting you tonight. Still have a shelter plan in place. That is what we always say whenever we are tracking severe weather. Note, you don't have to have a tornado to have damage or to have impacts necessarily. Damaging wind gusts can do even more damage than a tornado because damaging straight line winds cover a much larger area, and whether you're talking about winds that are spinning that are 100 miles per hour or winds that are in a straight line that are 100 miles per hour, it's going to do the same amount or again even more damage because straight line winds will cover a much larger area than a tornado would. So you should always have a safety plan in place when we're tracking severe weather, whether tornadoes are the primary threat or not. Large hail also possible tonight, and this hail could be anywhere from 1 to 2 inches in diameter. That could cause some damage to your property, your shingles, most definitely your car. That causes dents in your car. So if you haven't already, try to put your car underneath a carport of some sort. And then heavy rainfall going to be a guarantee as we head overnight. Flash flooding threat and flooding concerns overall quite low, and that's just because the system is going to be moving so quickly. But the typical flood-prone areas, if you are in a low-lying area, could deal with some issues, especially through the early morning commute. And please, 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 before you hit the roads in the morning, first thing you should do is make sure you are getting some sort of reliable weather information because we could have some leftover gusty winds and hail potentially as this line weakens to the east. This line will initially be the strongest across northwest Alabama, but there's much lower instability or storm fuel, as we like to call it, the farther east you go. Does that mean you will not see severe weather across areas of Sand Mountain just because you're not included in the watch and just because this line is going to weaken? No, that's not what that means. That just means that the likelihood of seeing a tornado or damaging straight line winds are lower, but it's not completely non-existent. So again, tornado watch for areas in the red. If you're in a county that's highlighted in red, which is everyone except for Marshall, DeKalb, and Jackson County, please stay weather alert. And even if you're not in that tornado watch, just note you could see strong to severe storms as we head throughout the rest of the evening. Now to go to radar, because this is where the line of storms currently reside. And you see there's a lot of lightning. I mean, nearly 1,000 strikes on our lightning counter there. But I want to go over a few things that I'm noticing, and I've been noticing this for several hours now, back when the line was basically along the Mississippi River, and I'm going to stop it. And I'm also going to switch over to our Columbus radar, because this will give a better vantage point for the storms that are nearing northwest Alabama. And if you do live in northwest Alabama, this includes Lauderdale back down into Colbert County, Franklin County. You typically see the storms first out of everyone because we have systems that move west to east. Places like Red Bay, Waterloo, Cherokee, Florence back into Russellville. You still have, give or take, an hour or so before these storms are going to likely move into your area. This is a very, very large lead time. There's no need to panic. And that's why I'm on here early, just to walk you through some signs that I'm seeing. And they are good signs, fairly. Does that mean that these trends will completely hold and we won't see severe weather throughout the rest of the evening? No, but these are just things that we look for as these storms approach. Just like we look at storms who have a history of doing damage, we have a good likelihood that they will continue to do damage as they track to the east. Now, what I'm noticing, especially from some of these storms back into northern Mississippi and forming still out across Arkansas, because we have, and I'll show you real quick, we have these storms to our north in Middle Tennessee. You see severe thunderstorm warnings, even tornado warnings just north of Waynesboro there, even into Columbia. These are primarily tracking to the east. So these will likely clip our southern Middle Tennessee counties. If you live in Giles County, the northern edge, potentially even Franklin, Lincoln, and Moore counties, there's definitely rotation going on with these storms. Large hail, golf ball size, and then damaging winds. We're talking 65 to 70 miles per hour or higher. And that's moving primarily east. Now the storms back here, they're moving south, southeast. So these storms are the ones we're going to watch out for when they initially move into northwest Alabama. And what's happening is there's a very large outflow boundary coming off these storms. What does that mean for you at home? Where these are storms that we like to call outflow dominant. And this is a good sign because this means that the storms, I don't want to say that they're weakening, but they're becoming elevated, meaning that they're no longer rooted to the surface. Now, elevated storms still can bring a damaging straight line wind threat, hail, heavy rain, frequent lightning, but it really decreases the tornado threat because it's not surface-based. And this is something that I want to point out because a lot of you have been worried about the tornado threat, as you should. But note, the tornado threat overall has been fairly low with this system to begin with. Now, it only takes one. A lot of people ask, is this going to be a severe weather outbreak? Is this going to be a tornado outbreak? No, and this will definitely not be like April 27th, 2011. But it only takes one tornado for it to be your April 27th, 2011, right? Some of the past events we've had, the one that we had in February, the tornado that happened in Tuscumbia, the one that happened just before the new year, December into January, the tornado that happened in Athens. That was those people's April 27, 2011, okay? So keep that in mind. You might not be affected at all as we had throughout the rest of the night. And that's something that we always hope for, but it's our due diligence as meteorologists to let you know, yes, there is an isolated tornado threat, but I will not sit here and hype that to say that there will be widespread tornadoes area-wide. Again, it's fairly low. It exists though. It's not completely zero, and it's primarily going to be the highest for locations along and west of I-65, but the highest tornado threat overall is going to be displaced to our northwest. So again, we're watching these storms as they move south and east. They're becoming outflow dominant, which again is a good thing. Does that mean that will eliminate the severe weather threat? No. But these are just some of the trends. So primary impacts still include damaging wind gusts, heavy rain, potentially large hail, 1 to 2 inches in diameter. And again, those are still going to be very impactful whether you see a tornado or not. We're only expecting one round of storms. This is going to be the main round. It will approach northwest Alabama likely within the next hour. Midnight to 12:30 is a good time frame. So we have some time. Right now, we call it babysitting. And that's why I'm just telling you the trends, because if these trends hold, what you see is what you're going to get once it arrives. And again, they're going to be the most intense for areas along and west of I-65. We're going to see them become rain-cooled quite quickly, and then the instability values are much lower the farther east you go. So Sand Mountain magic, that is not in the cards tonight, I'm happy to say. And more than likely, that is why the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service, they opted to leave out, again, DeKalb, Marshall, and Jackson County out of the tornado watch as of right now. Now, I can't tell you whether that will be extended east. I don't have that information. We do expect the severe threat to wind down area-wide if it hasn't already. Likely around 6 o'clock in the morning, if not before then. Again, this will be very quick moving, and I'm going to take you through the timeline, and also I'm going to take you through some of our latest model runs as well, because I think they have been handling this system fairly well. And this is a broken line of storms, and that's why the northern edge of these storms moving more easterly at the moment, and the southern fringes, that's what will likely impact portions of northwest Alabama. And we're going to be watching for what we call bowing segments. You'll know it once you see it. Bowing segment is going to be notorious for a damaging straight line wind threat. But within those bowing segments, we could also see notches, and that's where the brief spin up tornado threat will come in. If we see these ingredients line up just right, which we have very limited wind shear with this. And I showed this earlier, but even though the instability is high, really the instability values have been the highest today before the storms even arrive. And there's still going to be enough for storms to reach severe criteria, especially in northwest Alabama, but they really drop off again throughout the overnight hours and the farther east that you go. They drop off quite quickly. So let me take you through some of our future model data real quick. I'm going to get the remote and I'm going to clear this, and as soon as I can get through my explanation, I'll look at your comments, because maybe I will go ahead and answer your question as I'm going through this. I like to go through it, basically give a recap of what we're going to expect throughout the rest of the evening before I go and answer questions and comments, because a lot of the comments become, well, what about my town? What about my town? Unfortunately, that's not really how the weather works. We can't sit here and pick a specific point and say this is exactly when a storm will reach your area. Right now I'm giving a pretty good estimate, northwest Alabama, right along the Alabama-Mississippi state line. Time of arrival anywhere from midnight to 12:30. And again, once these storms continue to inch closer, we'll give better storm tracks. But in terms of a specific point, for example, if you ask me right now, when are these storms going to reach Eva? I can give you a time frame within an hour or so, but accuracy really decreases the farther in advance you try to give a timeline. So these storms are forming basically along and ahead a cold front that continues to drape south-southeast, stretching basically from Cleveland, Ohio, down towards Memphis, Tennessee. Right along the Tennessee-Mississippi border. And this was showing really well earlier, but you see the thin blue line that's coming ahead of these storms? Right there near Holly Springs. That's that outflow boundary that I was talking about in terms of these storms becoming more outflow dominant. Still damaging winds, large hail possible, even though these storms appear to be more outflow dominant, but that would indicate a weakening tornado threat. There is a new tornado warning that just popped up there right along Highway 72. This covers Walnut, Ripley, Mississippi. Corinth not included in this, but something we'll watch closely. And something also that we'll have to keep a close eye on is what we call cell mergers, because even though we see that outflow boundary, there will be some breaks in this line where the northern edge is racing to the east and then the southern edge is racing more south-southeast. Whenever we see different storm cells merge together, interesting things can happen. And that can still lead to rotation, which more than likely is what's happening right there with that storm along Highway 72. And I'll get more into that storm in just a little bit. Rotation is not all that pronounced, though, with that storm at the moment. It's really in the mid-levels. Again, this is not a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is radar indicated, but there's not really a strong couplet just looking at some of the rotational data. So if you live in northwest Alabama, again, there's no need to be sent into a frenzy. We are keeping a close eye on this storm, and we still have about an hour before that storm reaches us, and it could completely fizzle out, and right now it's just not really impressive on radar. So Maine severe weather timeline, just a refresher, and again, we'll get back to radar real quick. Areas in the red, likely 1 o'clock in the morning just after midnight to 4 o'clock. Latest timeline has storms reaching locations right along the Mississippi-Alabama state line just after midnight, so right around 12:30 or so. Keep that in mind. These timelines are going to be fairly accurate given 30 minutes to an hour. So 1 o'clock in the morning to 4 o'clock for areas in the red. And this is going to be such a fast-moving storm system. We did just do 2 main time windows instead of 3. You'll typically see 3 where we section it off. Northwest Alabama areas along the I-65 corridor, and then areas in far northeast Alabama. We just split it up into 2. It's easier. And then areas in yellow, you're likely going to see storms arrive from 3 o'clock in the morning and then exiting around 6 o'clock in the morning. And note, even though you are in these broad windows, don't think that storms are going to be lasting that long. It's not going to be a 3-hour soiree, should I say. More than likely, areas in far northwest Alabama, this includes Florence back into Russellville, even Haleyville and Phil Campbell, your storm threat will be ending anywhere between 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, if not even earlier than that. And again, this is going to sink south-southeast. Here's the latest graph model. I've been more aligned with the HER or high resolution rapid refresh model. That one has been a little bit more accurate. The graph was rather early, in my opinion, bringing these storms in. But we'll go ahead and go through it together. So again, arrival time for Northwest Alabama, likely around 12:30. So just less than an hour from now. And with these storms, we'll be watching for any rotation, any notches within this line, this broken line of storms, and it will quickly race to the east. So around 1:30 to 2 o'clock, areas like Florence, back down into Russellville, Phil Campbell, even parts of Moulton. But it's going to quickly move to the east. So your threat could end as early as 2:30. And then it's going to shift for areas along the I-65 corridor. This will include Giles County, Pulaski, through Athens, Decatur, back into Coleman. And note the Coleman transmitter is down at the moment. So if you are watching from Coleman, you're not going to be able to, again, connect to the transmitter on your NOAA weather radio, but you can connect to the ARAB transmitter. And that will still give you weather alerts throughout the evening. So as we fast forward in time to 3 o'clock, areas like Fayetteville, Tennessee, back into Huntsville, Metro Huntsville area. This was when the earliest that storms could arrive in your area. And speaking of ARAB, this is likely going to be your arrival time as well. Portions of Jackson County, because again, you have to think this is going to be sinking south-southeast. So places farther north of the Tennessee River could see storms before areas to the south do. This would include places like Albertville, back into Boaz, and across DeKalb County, Fort Payne, places like Henniger. And then far northeast Alabama, the majority of the places that I covered, the threat then shifts to you right around 4 to 5 o'clock in the morning. And we expect this threat to end area-wide around 6 o'clock. So this is going to be prime time commuting hours as well, which is never a good thing. And schools, several schools have already delayed. If you want to see those delays, should I say, we have them posted on our WAFF website. And if we continue to get delays throughout the early morning hours, note we will update those. Most schools are on 2 and 3 hour delays. And note we have nothing to do with school decisions at all. So we are just meteorologists. We have nothing to do with watches or warnings. Those all come from the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center. Our job is basically to utilize our media partners and communicate as best we can a clear and concise message so you can take the information that we're not only given, but the one that we're giving you as well, and make informed decisions to protect yourself if need be. To take action. That is our job. And again, the threat of flooding quite low, but here are just some of the rainfall totals as we head throughout the rest of the evening. Some locations very well going to pick up an inch. I think most locations are going to at least get half an inch, but localized areas could receive well over 2 inches of rainfall, especially with these heavy rain producers. And we've been very dry lately, so that's another thing why the flooding threat is not as high as it could be. But more than likely, we're going to see some flooding threats later on this week because we do have another risk of strong to severe storms coming by the middle of the week, late Wednesday, early Thursday. Details still very unclear with that potential threat. And it's conditional as well. We're basically going to be watching for a boundary to our north. And if that boundary can sink far enough south, then all modes of severe weather will be possible. We'll continue to fine-tune that forecast in terms of timing and intensity for you in the days ahead. If need be, we'll issue another 48 first alert weather day, but bottom line, this week is going to be active. We could see more severe storms later in the week and into next weekend. Keep that in mind. We're going to be very, very busy in the weather department. So going back on this storm that's coming out of just north of Holly Springs, riding right along the Tennessee-Mississippi state line. This is tracking due south-southeast, right along Highway 72. A lot of lightning with that storm. Corinth, Mississippi, not included in this, and there are currently no warnings for the Tennessee Valley at the moment. And I would say this is tracking about 40-45 miles per hour. I'm going to go ahead and get a current. This is moving roughly 35 miles per hour. Half dollar-sized hail possible with this storm. So I'm going to go ahead and look at the rotation with it because last time I checked it, again, really wasn't that pronounced. And let me turn off the lightning because that helps see it as well. So the rotation with this storm is really right along the highway. And I'm going to put it into motion. It's heading towards Walnut and Middleton. So Walnut, Mississippi, Middleton, Tennessee there. And I'll circle it to show you what I'm talking about. That area right there. That's where there is some twisting and turning of the winds. And this tornado warning is going to go through 12:30. Yeah, 12:30. And again, not confirmed. It's not really showing a tight rotational couplet. And these tornadoes that we track, they're going to be brief spin-up tornadoes. I don't see a very high threat for long-track, strong tornadoes tonight, unless something drastically changes. And even with that next radar scan, you see what I circled there, it doesn't really look all that great anymore. At all. And I'm going to turn on the shear rate as well because that's another helpful tool. And these are coming from the National Weather Service in Memphis. There are some notches within this line that are almost lighting up like a Christmas tree. So, you know, these storms are rotating. This storm is rotating. And not saying it will happen, but these are basically what we're going to be looking for as these move into northwest Alabama. They're going to look very similar to this. Note, storms do rotate. That's very typical, especially in the summertime. Storms rotate all the time. Just because a storm is rotating does not mean it's producing a tornado. That's very important to know the distinction between the two. It's not a tornado if it does not touch the ground. So let me go ahead and put on the shear rate tool real quick. And if you're just now tuning in, this is not in our area. This is just to our north and west across Middle Tennessee and northeast Mississippi. And if you are just now tuning in as well, I talked about this earlier, the storm anxiety. I get it, trust me. And social media is just really enhancing that nowadays. These are going to be the types of tornadoes where you do not need to spend the night at a storm shelter. Please do not think that. You don't have to spend all night there. Now, if you live in a mobile home or you don't live in a very sturdy built structure, I recommend being close by to a storm shelter if need be. But these are going to be, I would say, your hallway tornadoes, well, where have that plan in mind well ahead of time. I wouldn't try to come up with a plan last minute, but know where you would go if a tornado warning is issued for your area. These are going to be more than likely EF0, EF1 type, still going to do damage, yes, but I'm not expecting strong, long track. And so if you don't have a basement, if you don't have a storm shelter per se, finding the lowest, most interior part of your home would do just fine. A hallway would be just fine. A bathroom that doesn't have any windows, get in your bathtub. If you have helmets too, that's always great, especially for flying debris. Sometimes people will have to put a mattress over their head or whatever they can find. But again, these are not going to be the types of storms where you would need to camp out all night at a storm shelter. If you live in a mobile home, you need to be close to one. I would not recommend being in a mobile home at all during a tornado. And damaging straight line wind gusts, especially if you're exceeding that 60-mile-per-hour threshold, it can become a dangerous situation quite quickly. If you have a basement though, I mean, more power to you. You can feel extra secured. And a lot of these are what I was talking about earlier too, the cell mergers. Sometimes that can enhance a storm, and that's when we can see some brief rotation pop up as well. So that's why I talked about the outflow dominant storms. It's not going to completely eliminate the threat. That's why I hate to use the word weakening. It does decrease the tornado threat because they're not really surface-based anymore, but if we do see more cell mergers, then we'll have to keep a close eye out for that. So still watching time of arrival, far northwest Alabama, Lauderdale, Colbert County, Franklin County, just based on latest trends. Again, this storm is moving about 35, 40 miles per hour, give or take. Does have pretty significant hail with it, so keep in mind, hail that's 1 to 2 inches in diameter can definitely do some damage to your property, your shingles on your roof, and also your cars. But rotation, not impressive. And with latest scans, has broadened a bit. And I'm about to have a cut-in here in the next couple of minutes, Clark.
Yep, about 3 minutes or so.
Okay, sorry, I turned off my IFB just for a minute.
Well, I just turned off the sound on here. So
Okay, yeah, because I had the programming, and I thank you for coming out here because I lost track of time.
it's all good.
How long about will this be?
However long you want.
Okay, we'll shoot, so you'll just take my cues, right?
I'll just take the cue.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Whenever you're done, I'll take you off.
Okay, thank you. And I'm about to do a cut-in a minute. Meteorologist, morning meteorologist Eric Burke just walked into the building.
Technically evening, it's not midnight.
He looks very chipper. Our last weather radio programming event that we did, someone came up to me, and I'm so sorry I cannot remember your name. It was this very, very sweet lady, and Eric had already left for the day because he's the early bird. He has to be up when I'm going to bed on the evening shift. And she wanted me to tell him that sometimes her and her husband call him Sparky. And that immediately made me think of National Lampoon. That is my Dad's favorite set of movies, all the vacation movies, because you know they always call Chevy Chase Sparky. I think the wife, Helen's her name. Last time I watched, yeah, thank you, Clark. Last time I watched it was the Christmas one, which that's a family tradition. We have to watch that every single year. It's my dad's favorite Christmas movie. So again, no warnings as of right now. We are watching this tornado warning closely, just riding Highway 72, right in northeastern Mississippi, along the Tennessee-Mississippi state line. Heads up if you live in Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin County. Time of arrival for these storms is going to be within the next 45 minutes to an hour. Also keeping an eye on our southern middle Tennessee counties. This includes Lincoln, Franklin, and Moore counties. Watching the storms tracking due east just to the north of us here in North Alabama. Your time of arrival is within the 30 to 45 minute window. And I'm about to do a cut-in, so you might see me pop up on your television screen and also hear me here on the stream. Should be 30 seconds to a minute. Pretty short, sweet, brief. We do not have anything imminent at the moment, but just a quick update on all of our platforms. On air, online. That's what we do here. Thank you, Clark. Good evening, everyone. 48 First Alert meteorologist Chelsea Aaron here just to provide an update as we continue to track the potential for strong to severe storms overnight and early on Monday. A tornado watch has just been issued, now in effect through 5 o'clock in the morning. It includes most areas along and west of I-65 with the exception of Marshall, DeKalb, and also Jackson County. No signs right now if that will be extended to the east, but of course we will continue to provide further details as we head throughout the next few hours. We are not tracking any watches or, any warnings at the moment for the Tennessee Valley, but closely watching this line of storms coming out of portions of Middle Tennessee and also northern Mississippi. A tornado warning has just been issued there along Highway 72, and this is heading south-southeast about 35 miles per hour near Corinth. Now, if it does hold together, we will be watching potentially some weak rotation moving into northwest Alabama, but time of arrival is going to be within 45 minutes to an hour. This line of strong to severe storm stretches all the way from Ohio back into the Memphis area, and this is going to be ahead and along of a cold front that will continue to sink south-southeast overnight. We are seeing some of these storms become outflow dominant, which is a good news, meaning that they're weakening, and we do expect this line to continue to weaken as it pushes to the east, but that will not completely eliminate the severe threat. All modes of severe weather remain possible, including damaging straight line winds, a larger hail, and a few isolated embedded tornadoes. We will continue to provide updates and break into your regular scheduled programming as needed. For now, we'll toss it back to you. Thank you. Hey, Clark, why does it sound so funny? You sound like you're in a cave or something. Okay, I was about to say that was, yeah, that just sounded real odd. Okay. So I was just doing a cut in there real quick. Sorry to leave you for a moment, but I'm still here, I promise. We're gonna be staffed here overnight until the storms are completely out of the area. Someone saying I sound like I'm a bit under the weather. I think it's really due to all of the pollen. The pollen has been killing me this year. I know yesterday I went to TJ Maxx before I went into work, and There were some showers early on in the day. I got a good break in the rain, but there was pollen covering the entire parking lot. It looked like chalk almost, just yellow stains everywhere. The pollen has been insane this season. The rain is helping to wash it away a little bit, but wish we could do without all the severe weather. Yes, it is mainly just the pollen for me. If you're an allergy sufferer, you already know, but I really opt not to take any allergy medications. I just can't. I've tried everything. I've tried Claritin, I've tried Zyrtec. They make me like a complete zombie. I cannot find one that is not drowsy for me, even though they claim to be non-drowsy. I just can't do it. So I just steer away. Okay, just trying to check some of the comments. I'm doing a terrible job at looking at the comments tonight, so forgive me. I want to get back into this storm though, because I know many of you in Northwest Alabama, you're probably clenching a little bit. I completely understand. There is no imminent threat for you at the moment. I'm going to do a quick storm track on this. 45 minutes to about an hour still seems like a good bet in terms of time for arrival. This includes you in Waterloo, Cherokee, even Red Bay. It's going to take some time for it to get to you in Red Bay because, again, these storms are going to be sinking south-southeast. Some places, again, north of the Tennessee River are going to see storms first before areas to the south do. And I'm going to go to southern middle Tennessee as well because we have several viewers, and that tornado warning is holding up. I remember looking at this well before the 10 o'clock show, and it was just north of Waynesboro, heading towards Columbia. And I mean, look at that. Columbia now has a tornado warning, and this is not really a good eye looking at it from the Columbus radar. So I might switch over to the high top just to see if I can have a better look. And I mean, yeah, that's pretty decent rotation there. Shear rate also quite high. That will probably cross over the I-65 corridor. If you do know anyone who's traveling, I'd say within the next 30, 45 minutes, give or take. That looks to stay well north of you, though. If you live in Fayetteville, if you're in Franklin, Lincoln, and Moore County, that looks to stay due north of you. This will be likely moving through Shelbyville, Manchester, awfully close to Tullahoma, but I think it should stay due north, closer to McMinnville. So back to this storm. Again, continuing to ride along Highway 72 there. This is moving pretty slow, the storm. Now the line moving fast, but the individual storm about 35, 40 miles per hour. Not noticing much change with it. Again, the rotation just does not really look all that pronounced. And there's little individual blips throughout this whole line, really, that stretches from Holly Springs just due east, really, of Holly Springs through Savannah, Tennessee. Looking at the shear rate. Shear rate, not impressive either, as expected, and I can almost guarantee there's not going to be any debris with this storm. I'm going to look at the hail, though, because Memphis did have, I believe, half-dollar sized hail. Well, that's going to do some damage. I can promise you that. That will do significant damage. So looking at the hail, and again, we do not have our former hail tool that we used to utilize. And I do miss it because it allowed us to pixel the hail, especially the size. Now we only really have these swaths that just indicate that hail is there. but we have to go into our other product, not our Barron product, to kind of gauge what size the hail is. Pretty decent hail core though, just looking at that magenta and the purple colors. I talked a lot about this the last severe threat we had on last Sunday. Yeah, we were just here together a week ago. I missed y'all. I hope you missed me. That storm, classic supercell, kidney bean shape that was moving through northwest Alabama, had a good hook on it too. It was not tornado producing, but it was a very, very large hailstorm, had a pronounced updraft. It had tennis ball sized hail with it. And I mean, the middle of it was black, which was basically showing how pronounced that hail was. And let me put this into motion. I said I would do a storm track, and I promise I will. Again, the southern edge of this line from Waynesboro southwest through Holly Springs. This is moving more southeasterly. I drew this earlier. And then the northern edge is moving more easterly into Middle Tennessee and should likely stay north of North Alabama. So do a storm track here. And like I mentioned, morning meteorologist Eric Burke is here.
Good morning.
He smells like coffee.
He's ready to go.
We're energized. I just did a cut-in at midnight. Clark is doing a shift change, and so I told him basically, I think it's Jessica coming in, that we would coordinate with cut-ins throughout the rest of the evening. So I'm going to do a storm track.
Future radar.
What are you looking for, the future cast?
The hour by hour, yeah.
Scroll down. It is right there, but do you want to get on Max 2? I have that pulled up as well if you want to get on it.
I just want to see what the rest of the...
So I'm drawing this storm track, and Eric's going to take you through future run. And the graph still has it a bit earlier than the HER. The HER has been the best or the most accurate.
It's doing pretty good with how the line is oriented.
Yeah.
Like almost, not quite east-west, but more northeast, southwest. And this is the reason why a lot of schools are on delayed starts here this morning. I know you probably can't hear me all that well.
Do you not have your mic on yet?
Not yet, no. I need to do radio really quick.
Okay.
That's all the way. 10 a.m. 60.
Is that the latest run? I haven't even. What is this moving like? We'll just do 50. And we'll stretch it.
All right, going back to your storm track. All right, give me a few minutes and I'll join you.
Not a problem. It's not going to pick these up, these towns. So I'm just doing a storm track, and I'm about to redraw it so it can pick up some towns in northwest Alabama. It's primarily picking up northeast Mississippi, and these are some of the problems that you run into whenever you try to do a storm track this far out. But just give me 1 minute, and I will redo that storm track. And Eric is just taking care of his chores right now. Again, if you're just now tuning in, there is no imminent threat for the Tennessee Valley at the moment. We're still a good, I'd say, 45 minutes, give or take, from storms reaching the Alabama-Mississippi state line there in northwest Alabama. But I decided to get on here about over an hour early, just to give you an advance lead time, a big heads up. So let me redo the storm track real quick. And I'm going to zoom in because that will probably help. And just do mainly this line from Waynesboro back to Holly Springs and just take it south. And it's not moving that fast, so I'm going to take it back probably 50 miles per hour and do it more due southeast here. So it has it reaching Waterloo by 12:44, and I'm going to see if I'm going to get some more towns in here by just taking it out. And I can fix that by making Waterloo the first town. If you'll just give me one moment. I hope everyone's having a nice weekend despite the weather. Definitely a downer, to say the least. So again, Waterloo around 12:44. So that's about 30 minutes from now. And then southern Middle Tennessee, you're looking around the same timeline. There we go. Got some more towns on there. So Waterloo, 12:44, just down the line. Cherokee, closer to 1 o'clock in the morning. St. Florine, 1:06. Lexington, 1:07. Killen, 1:11. And these are just going to be rough estimates. Remember, if the storm track were to change, if the storms were to speed up, slow down, this could be off, but these are not going to be that far off. Florence, 1:12, about an hour from now. Anderson, 1:16. Sheffield, 1:18. The Shoals, 1:20. Tuscumbia, right around 1:20 as well. So you'll have about over an hour. Oh my goodness. Shelby, thank you. That's so sweet. That is so, so sweet. I really appreciate it. When are you moving to Wichita? I actually was flown to Wichita. I visited parts of the Midwest for the first time before I took this job here. Good, good people out there. Actually, I met Jay Prater, if anyone remembers Jay. Back in the day. He has good people. And that tornado warning has been allowed to expire, or it was canceled early from the National Weather Service in Memphis. They have that severe thunderstorm warning. It's a pretty large one extending from Holly Springs through Waynesboro, and this is part of the storms that I did that track for, moving into northwest Alabama within the next 45 minutes to an hour. They have a possible tornado tag on this just because there's going to be some areas and notches of rotation within that, and I showed you that earlier.
I just put a SPS for parts of Lauderdale and Colbert.
Okay.
I think penny-sized hail.
So those are going to be the things that we are tracking. And Eric just showed me that they put in a SPS, which is basically...
East at 30, 50 mile per hour winds, penny-sized hail.
Okay. That's going to be a special weather statement. So not severe criteria, but a strong storm possible. Wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour and penny-sized hail. This is going to be for northwestern Lauderdale and northwestern Colbert counties through 1 o'clock in the morning. This is not for a severe storm, just a strong thunderstorm. And again, this is for the line of storms that I've just been tracking. A lot of lightning out there. If you live in far northwest Alabama, especially the farthest tip there, you can probably see it and hear it in the distance. Oh, Thursday, if the storms aren't too bad to drive through. You picked a bad week, Shelby. This is just going to be system after system after system, honestly. Again, Wednesday into Thursday looks like a very conditional severe weather threat. That's why we haven't issued a first alert weather day or anything like that, because confidence is low. The boundary, if it reaches farther south into our area, again, all modes of severe weather will be possible, but it may or it may not. We don't really have those details at the moment. And we're probably not going to have them until we can get into the high resolution data. So again, no warnings, just a strong thunderstorm or special weather statement, as we like to call it. This is for northwestern Lauderdale and northwestern Colbert County. This would include Waterloo back into Zip City, wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour, and penny-sized hail. And I'm going to go into southern Middle Tennessee real quick as well. And there's another severe thunderstorm warning out here, just past the Mississippi River. That is not rotating, and the shear rate should be pretty low on that. Let me take off the lightning. Yeah, it's fairly low. But there are just some notches of rotation all along this line, moving through Corinth. So keep this in mind if you live in Lauderdale, Franklin, and Colbert County. We're going to be watching this closely, and we have 4 eyes here, is that right to say? 2 sets of eyes, let's just say that. We have 2 sets of eyes. Eric and I are both here tonight, and we're going to be tracking this into the early morning commute Monday. Note that tornado watch goes through 5 o'clock in the morning. And I'm just seeing some people saying that the stream's not working. It is working on my end. I see myself on it. So if anyone else is having problems, try and refresh the page. I'm not aware of any issues that we could be having, but It might just be a glitch on your end. So back into Tennessee. Yeah, the tornado warning storm is going well north of you in Lincoln, Franklin, Moore counties. This is going to include Fayetteville, Tullahoma awfully close, but again, I think it will miss you due north. It's going to be headed towards Shelbyville, Murfreesboro, McMinnville if it continues to maintain itself down the road. And it's fairly impressive. Again, this has been much more impressive than the storm coming out of Mississippi. Not seeing any debris with this, and I'm on our high top radar right now, which is kind of looking above the storm. Not the best vantage point, but if you do live in southern Middle Tennessee, some storms down the line back in Waynesboro, those are tracking due east. Those will likely move along towards Lawrenceburg, through Highway 43, Giles County into Pulaski, crossing over the I-65 corridor. I'm going to put a storm track on, or put this into motion, excuse me. Yeah. Those are moving due east, which is why the severe thunderstorm warning you see there in Waynesboro is almost drawn, again, left to right. But everybody's still dry. I told y'all there would be a large lull in the activity until we saw the action, and it's finally starting to happen. I know you're probably like, when in the world is it going to get here? I'm tired. Trust me, I get it. The build-up to these events, sometimes they're a lot worse. It's a lot worse than the actual event itself, so I get it. Again, just a strong thunderstorm, a special weather statement issued for Lauderdale and Colbert County. This is not a severe thunderstorm warning. And I mean, it has not even reached you yet. That previous timeline I did showed it reaching places like Cherokee around 1 o'clock in the morning, so that's still 30 minutes away. Waterloo right around 1:45. It's about 20 minutes away. You got some time. If you have not charged your devices yet, take the time now. Could see some power outages. We're not expecting widespread destruction by any means, but like I said earlier, it only takes one to disrupt your life. What about Athens? Florine, you have a long, long time. You have a while until it reaches Athens. It likely will not approach Athens at this rate until closer to 2 o'clock in the morning, if not after that, 2:30. You have a couple hours, I would say. Hazel Green, Kinsey, you have even longer in Madison County. Likely within the 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock window. So it's a good time to just, I don't know, make some popcorn, turn on a movie, but also have your stream on. Always have the stream on. If you haven't already, download our 48 First Alert weather app. And I'm sure I'm going to get this question numerous times. I always do. Can I go to bed yet? Can I go to bed yet? Hey, Whatever you do, that's your decision. Again, I'm here to help communicate crucial information, sometimes life-saving information for you to make informed decisions. Whether that's taking protective action or potentially whether that's going to bed. I can't tell you whether to stay up or go to bed. If you are to go to bed tonight, just have a reliable source of receiving weather alerts. A little common sense will go a long way. I wouldn't leave my phone on silent if I went to bed right now, if I lived anywhere in the Tennessee Valley. If you have a weather radio, that's something that will wake you up in the middle of a dead sleep. And I'm one of those kind of people who can just sleep through a freight train. That will wake you up. Or maybe you want to set an alarm on your phone. You know, I've talked a lot about timelines when storms could reach your area. Just put an alarm on your phone to wake you up around that time. Another special weather statement was just issued. This is for southern Middle Tennessee, includes Lincoln and Moore County, again from those thunderstorms moving due east, just south of Columbia. Another tornado warning issued near Waynesboro, and I'll go ahead and take a look at that as well. That's well away from you and Fayetteville, Estill Springs down the line, but we will watch it. Wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour, pea-sized hail possible for you in Lincoln, Moore counties. This is going to be primarily northwestern Moore and north central Lincoln. So looking at this storm, definitely some rotation going on there near Waynesboro, Lawrenceburg, Etheridge, all included in this. And I'll show you where that rotation is right here. Oh, let me get my correct drawing tool there. There it is. Again, a lot of these storms to the north have looked a lot better, more organized than the ones to the west in Mississippi. And that's why I pointed out that outflow dominant trend to the storms tracking due southeast versus the ones to the east. These are kind of packing a little bit of a punch and they're rotating better. Again, this is not for any of our viewing area, but it's down the line for places well down the line. I mean, many miles away. Places like Giles County, Pulaski, Fayetteville. More than likely, this will be heading closer to Lewisburg, Shelbyville, if it doesn't change tracks at all. So there's where the rotation is. Doubt there's going to be debris, just based on its look. And shear rate definitely picking up there. And still no warnings for our area. Just strong thunderstorm special weather statements for Lauderdale, Colbert, Lincoln, and Moore County, Tennessee. And I'm about to do a broad view here, just so I don't get tunnel vision, because whenever you start taking a look at some of these storms, you focus on one thing, you can kind of lose sight of everything. So severe thunderstorm warning still butted up against Lauderdale, Colbert County there. I'm going to look at some of the rotation ongoing, if it is still ongoing. And I mean, yeah, there's still just some areas that need to be watched closely. Here's one of them. Here's another which doesn't really look all that impressive. The one in the back, closer to Ripley, that one is, it has a better shape to it, especially on the reflectivity. That could cause some issues down the line. But I'm telling you, this is a well in advance notice. I mean, we're talking an hour still before it even reaches into the viewing area for places like Cherokee, Florence, Muscle Shoals, even Killen especially. But just giving you a heads up that if a storm's going to give us trouble, especially right away, it could be this one. I wonder what Memphis. So this is going to be National Weather Service in Memphis territory, what they're saying about it. They have no plans to issue a new tornado warning for this storm. They did have a tornado tag possible still on these, but I think that has been removed if I'm not mistaken. Just large hail. They still have half-dollar sized hail with this. Moving due east, 45 miles per hour and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. But National Weather Service in Huntsville has not opted to extend that severe thunderstorm warning out for places like Waterloo, Cherokee, Florence, or Muscle Shoals. They just have a special weather statement, which basically means a strong thunderstorm, but it's not severe criteria, 50 miles per hour, penny-sized hail possible once it moves into the area. My goodness, the lightning is insane. It is insane. And that's to be expected when you have a lot of instability, a lot of CAPE. You get the noisy storms. And CAPE, a lot of instability can cause large hail. That's why out west, they see very, very, very large hail. I was caught in a hailstorm out there in Wyoming. I mean, the thunderstorm can be so tiny and be spitting out baseball-sized hail easily because the CAPE is so high. And some people asking, is this storm going to skip Florence? This storm is likely going to continue to track east into Lauderdale and northern Colbert County. Now, if it maintains its characteristics, it could be severe. Right now, it's producing 60 miles per hour winds and also large hail. About 1.25 inches. It's half-dollar sized hail. But it could weaken in intensity. Again, the National Weather Service has not extended that severe thunderstorm warning out. I did mention these storms were throwing out outflow boundaries, which means that they're no longer rooted to the surface. This decreases the tornado threat, but still you can have a damaging wind and hail threat with this. But there's still definitely apparent notches and little spurts of rotation within it. So we're going to be watching it. But again, you have still a while.
A lot of lightning. I'm going to try and build some graphics and stuff. Give me a few. Shout if you need me.
I'm good.
You
I
have
have it set up.
What is it on the left?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I have the hand tracking up too. I have not tried it, so couldn't tell you if what happened last time will happen again, but I'm hoping for the best on that.
Hand me the clicker.
The clicker's working
That's good.
because I've been using it on here.
That's good.
It's working.
All right. Just doing our checks.
Everything's set up and good to go.
Thank you.
When would you like to do another cut-in? I did one at midnight.
I'd say if those aren't here yet, just do it right at the top of the hour.
So 1 o'clock, okay. Just conversing with Eric. Again, don't forget he has a morning show to get ready for. He's definitely in earlier than when he typically arrives, but he's gonna go ahead and take care of everything he needs to do, including radio. A lot of times people think in our jobs, the only thing we do is go live on television, when half the time that's the easiest part about my job is going live and doing a show. There are several things that we have to take care of and get done behind the scenes, including radio, including making all of our graphics that you see on television. No one makes those for us. We have to make those all by hand. Putting our show together, we typically have to do a weather blog you see on the website. We write those ourselves. We have to then send in closed captioning for every show that we do. And then typically we have digital duties as well that we have to take care of. So it's basically being in 2,500 different places at once. Television, that's the easy part of the job. Oh, thank you, Megan. I appreciate it. Y'all are being sweet tonight and very kind. Thank you.
How could they not?
Eric has jokes. I don't think he has his mic on, so y'all can't hear him right now, but. So again, that tornado warning remains there in Lawrenceburg, or excuse me, just north of Lawrenceburg and Waynesboro. I think they let that one in Columbia go. I'm going to take another look at it here, but this is moving due east about 45 miles per hour. And there's that couplet, rotational couplet right there. Still no warnings for us. Which I can't promise that we'll get through the rest of the night completely warning free. That's wishful thinking. We always say, prepare for the worst, but hope for the best. But we have, again, eyes on everything, and we're going to be fully staffed through the overnight hours until these storms are out of here. And we'll continue to track more storms throughout the rest of the week because this is just going to be a very active week. Again, this is tracking into Middle Tennessee. And then mainly due east. And then tracking these storms coming out of northeast Mississippi. A lot of lightning, large hail, damaging straight line winds all possible. And we continue to monitor the brief spin up threat quite closely. These storms are just really taking their sweet time. Sweet, sweet time. Shear rate still not overly impressive, which is a good sign. If you live in Northwest Alabama, I would just be preparing. Waterloo's starting to get in on some rain. I would just be preparing for heavy rain right now. There's going to be a lot of lightning. No, lightning is notorious for causing power outages. You don't necessarily have to have a big gust of wind that knocks a tree down on a power line. Lightning can do it. But yes, areas right along the Mississippi-Alabama state line, far northwest Alabama, just start preparing for very heavy rain. There's going to be intense lightning, especially cloud to ground lightning. Please, 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 even if there's not any warnings as of right now, especially tornado warnings, stay away from your windows. It's never safe to be near windows when there is lightning going on. But prepare for heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, and damaging straight line wind gusts coming out of this storm. Worst of the storm still back here, really. Tracking east. Large hail potentially possible, but that's if the storm completely maintains its intensity by the time it reaches you. How many miles is that? Let's see. About 35 miles. And it's moving. It's moving 45 miles per hour. So the worst part of the storm will likely be impacting Waterloo, just doing the math, here in about less than an hour. Daniel, I'm not seeing any sign of it strengthening at all. I mean, granted, there's a lot of lightning, but these storms have had lightning since, I mean, they were moving across the Mississippi River. There's a decent hail signature, and that has maintained. And so, yeah, I would still be prepared for large hail. It's basically just maintaining intensity. Not really seeing signs of weakening, not seeing signs of strengthening. It's just holding steady. And I'm going to go back and look at the hail again real quick too, the hail swath. Because if I turn off the lightning, you'll see what I'm talking about. All the magenta colors, that's just a large hail core there. It's basically what it's depicting. Yeah, and it's right there. Lines up with it. Moving due east. So Waterloo, less than an hour. I give it 45 minutes. If even that. And I'm going to check some of the comments here in just a minute. have some people asking about their town. Note, this hasn't even reached northwest Alabama yet. But someone's asking about estimated arrival time for Coxie. I would say anywhere from 2 to 3 in the morning, you have a while. They're in Limestone County. You have a while. Again, really the only place across the Tennessee Valley even seeing rain now, right now, is Waterloo. I don't even think Waterloo's not really even seeing lightning right now. This is going to take some time. I feel good with the current timeline. We did shift it back slightly because things were trending later and later today. So I'm going to go ahead and, while we have some time, show it to you real quick. If you're in red, 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the morning, a broad window, but northwest Alabama, I think this threat is going to be over for you more than likely well before 4 o'clock. Areas in yellow, 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock, and we expect this line to weaken in intensity as it tracks to the east. Really, once it reaches the I-65 corridor. Only places not included in the tornado watch is going to be Marshall, DeKalb, and Jackson County. You still could see severe weather, but again, due to the weakening trend and also due to the highest threat of a tornado potentially being along and west of I-65, that's why they opted to leave you out of the watch. And we could see that extended east. No word on that right now. We did just get a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for the far northwestern tip of Lauderdale County. And this is going to be for this storm more than likely down the line here. That is coming that way. So we'll just go ahead and extend it out. Because what's happening right now is not the worst part of the storm by any means. What's happening right now is just rain. And this is going to be what we call a blanket severe thunderstorm warning. So your typical 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible and quarter-size hail. So Waterloo, an arrival time of 1:20, that's 30 minutes from now. Gravelly Springs, 1:43, and Hines, closer to 2 o'clock in the morning. So again, this is going to be for mainly northwestern Lauderdale County. Moving east, about 40-45 miles per hour. Hello. And someone's asking about southern Middle Tennessee. Just give me one moment, Crystal. I'm going to let people get a close look at this timeline and their arrival times real quick, and then I will go back into the storms in Middle Tennessee. Again, this includes Lauderdale, northwestern Lauderdale County, and then a very small sliver of Colbert County as well, until 1:45. 1:45. Straight line winds possible. Quarter-sized hail, inch in diameter. When you start to get to an inch in diameter, that's when damage could happen. And like I said, some of your shingles could be damaged on your roof. We're not expecting widespread destruction, but only takes impacts happening to you, right, for it to matter. If it impacts one person, just one person, it matters. Okay, so let me get into this storm right here. Asking about Hohenwald. We now have 2 tornado warning storms. These are not in our viewing area. One that now is due east of Waynesboro, north of Lawrenceburg, and one just to the north of McMinnville. So let me turn this lightning off real quick. I mean, it's awfully close to Hohenwald, and you have to understand these maps don't do a really good job of giving a clear indication of city limits. Because where there is rotation it's right here mainly. And again, how far south do the city limits of Hohenwald extend? It is moving. I'm going to put it into motion real quick just to track it. It is still moving due east, so there's a very, very good chance that it just stays completely south of the Hohenwald if it doesn't make a right turn there. I would say Hohenwald is okay. It's moving right along towards Napier. And if it keeps on its track down the line towards Linville. Yeah, it is going more east, Crystal. So again, should stay south of Hohenwald. And I think this will, again, holds together Lewisburg, Shelbyville down the line. I think this will go well north of our southern Middle Tennessee counties as well, in Fayetteville, Franklin, Lincoln, Moore counties through Estill Springs. There's no severe warnings. Back here, west of Corinth, just this large one that we've been watching for a while now. I'm going to look at the shear rate real quick. And another severe thunderstorm just issued there. Collinwood, that one's a large one too, covering that big cluster of storms. Stacy Sanders, that is not our viewing area. How is it not? This is going to be Nashville's viewing area. Nashville covers Giles County, back up to Shelbyville, Murfreesboro, McMinnville, Cookeville, Franklin, All of this is going to be Nashville. And then this will be Memphis back here in Corinth. We cover Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin, Lawrence, Limestone, Morgan, Madison, Jackson County, DeKalb, Marshall, parts of Coleman County, Lincoln, Franklin, and Moore, Tennessee. That is who we cover. Again, just one warning at the moment. For us in North Alabama, this is going to be northwestern Lauderdale and Colbert County through 1:45 in the morning. Straight line damaging wind gusts possible with this storm, primarily coming out of Mississippi, but I'm going to put it into motion because the northern extent and southern, or should I say, western extent of this broken line could be starting to merge here. So yeah, generally is sinking south-southeast across the region. So this part of the line versus this storm may start reaching you first because it's in closer proximity. Not seeing any rotation right there. I will go and look at it. Again, some still back here in parts of Mississippi near Corinth where you have all of the lightning, and that's where the large hail core remains. Quarter-sized hail, some damaging straight line wind gusts as high as 60 miles per hour for this severe thunderstorm warning, and that's about it. Oh wow, and I'm just watching a video here. You can probably hear it on my mic. There's definitely some hail in Corinth. It doesn't look half dollar size, but I'd say it's quarter size for sure. And I am probably about to do a cut in here in just one moment, so if you hear me talking, but I'm not talking directly in the stream and the graphics are moving around, well, more than likely I'm doing this cut in and I will show up on your television screen. So let me talk with our directors in the back real quick, our TMP. So just give me one moment. And can we do a cut in real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, and how long is it? Any time?
What do you mean?
How long will the cut in be?
Yeah, however long
Okay.
you need it to be.
And are you gonna do animation?
I'll do an animation.
Okay,
for you.
perfect.
And I'll go, are you going to be on the key wall or the?
Yeah, just on the key wall, and yeah, and just follow my cue. I think the last one was around 45 or so, but I'm trying just to keep it 30 minutes, or 30 minutes, goodness gracious, 30 seconds to a minute
Okay.
as of right now because things still relatively quiet.
Okay.
So again, just talking to our directors in the back. just to provide an update here. So just give me one moment. And Jessica, if you can hear me back there, okay, I have my IFB on. What time you want to, let's shoot for 105. Okay, yeah, we'll shoot for 105 real quick. And again, I'm just getting some graphics put together real quick. Then I'm going to go through just a future model run. Okay, I'm ready whenever you are. Will you look at that severe thunderstorm warning? It goes through 145, correct? For Lauderdale, Colbert County.
Where's your check?
It's over there.
Here?
Yeah. I just have it pulled up in a separate window. Well, tracking severe warned storms now at this hour across the Tennessee Valley, but not noticing any rotation. I would expect damaging straight line wind gusts as high as 60 miles per hour and some smaller penny-sized hail. This is going to be in northwestern Lauderdale and also northwestern Colbert County, and I believe the severe thunderstorm warning will go until 1:45. We start tracking a lot of lightning back across northeastern Mississippi. This storm is producing larger hail. They actually have reports of golf ball to even half-dollar sized hail, and that will continue to track east about 45 miles per hour, likely arriving across northwest Alabama, the Waterloo, even Cherokee area within 30 to 45 minutes. We do have some tornado warnings to our north across portions of southern Middle Tennessee. This is going to be just due north of Lawrenceburg. We're watching you in Lincoln, Franklin, and also Moore counties, but you do have some time before this Boeing segment likely reaches your area. I would give it 45 minutes to the next hour, but still prepare for damaging straight line winds, larger hail, frequent lightning, and a lot of heavy rainfall, taking you out hour by hour. This line of showers and storms will continue to sink to the south and east. We'll closely be monitoring for any rotation. These are going to likely be brief spin-ups or notches within the line as this activity moves south and east through the early morning hours on Monday. It will be a messy commute. Before you do anything, I recommend tracking the latest forecast and our latest updates on air and online. For now, we'll throw it back to your regular scheduled programming. That new model run is interesting.
So weather 48 to prod 1 pops you up. See?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're back on max. Give me a few.
You switched it back, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Weather 48 is max.
Okay, thank you. Again, just doing a cut in real quick there. Checking on the comments, Jacqueline, are these expected to weaken by the time they get to the Huntsville area? More than likely, yes. We can't really give you any guarantees, but That's what a lot of the latest data has been indicating, and it's been indicating it for a couple of days now, just because the dynamics, the parameters are much lower, especially the instability the farther east you go. And if we get a lot of rain too, a lot of this activity will become rain-cooled quite quickly. So I can't promise that they'll weaken completely, and I said this earlier too in one of my streams that I did. There's not going to be like an invisible boundary where the storms just go from 100 to 0. That's just not, that's not realistic. However, they generally should weaken as they continue to push east of I-65, if that helps at all. Still prepare for damaging straight line winds, heavy rain as they push eastward, but the tornado risk is very limited already and only is going to exist mainly for areas along and west of I-65. Yolanda, again, same thing that I just told the person who asked if it's going to weaken before it gets to Huntsville. I can't tell you that it's going to weaken completely by the time it reaches Athens. It could, but it might not. That's what we're basically waiting for. Once it passes the I-65 corridor, I can tell you with high likelihood that it's going to weaken, but where it does is the real question. And again, there's not going to be this huge drop-off between two different places, from Athens to Huntsville. So yeah, I was correct. That severe thunderstorm warning is still ongoing for Lauderdale and Colbert County. This is the only warning we have right now. But we have a lot of the evening to get through. Or morning, should I say. And there's still some interesting features back here. Just some notches, rotation that's popping up. There's no rotation within this current severe warning. But back here in Mississippi, just something to watch. And I'm wondering if this line is overall slowing down. Just going to put it into motion real quick and just take a broad view. And remember this too, if the line does slow down, then the flooding threat will greatly increase. Right? Because flooding concerns overall have been low because of how quickly this line is going to race through. But if it starts losing speed, then the heavy rain will linger a lot longer than previously expected. And there's only one round tonight. I saw someone ask that earlier. Only one round. Once this line moves through, we are done. But it will be moving through the rest of the morning. I'm going to show you just the latest model. This is the graph, and I'm going to also look at the HRRR, what it's been having, because HRRR usually does a very, very good job handling these systems, and I agreed with its timing, especially earlier this evening. And you know, these models update every so many hours, and new updates basically reveal new possibilities, and not only in terms of timing, but also threats. Primary threats have not changed. Damaging wind gusts, large hail, isolated tornadoes also possible, but the threat fairly low. But again, if this line slows down, then we could potentially see that flooding risk go up. We just received a report of 1-inch hail. This is going to be near Pickwick Dam in Hardin County, Tennessee, just north of the state line there, towards Pickwick Lake. Again, that's the part of the line that is moving. I'll show you back radar real quick, and then I'll take you through the futurecast. Part of the line that's now moving south from Walnut Grove south into Waterloo, Eastport. It'll be headed towards Gravelly Springs, Stewartville. But again, there's no rotation going on there right now. Just some reports of 1-inch hail. A lot of lightning still ongoing there, though. So back to these model runs real quick. Again, this is the graph. This is our in-house model. This is around 2, and I like to look at what it's doing at the moment just to compare what it looks like. And it doesn't look half bad here. I mean, that's basically what we're dealing with. And again, it's guidance, it's not gospel. It's not going to exactly look like this. See, this brings in a lot of rain, a lot of clusters of rain, which not a bad thing in terms of the severe threat. That would rain cool us very, very quickly, especially for areas along and north of the Tennessee River. But also look at the time. That's 5 o'clock in the morning. And it's still in northwest Alabama. I mean, it's still raining there. That's not to say that a severe risk is ongoing, but it's still raining there. Yeah, so this model is keeping it longer through the morning. Definitely slowing it down. And let's look at the HRRR real quick. And I need to adjust the timing on this, so just bear with me. So I'm just going to do current time and then and it's not liking it because we've gone into the overnight hours. There we go. Okay, so this is current time in comparison to the graph. And I'm going to take off the helicity there so I can see it better. That moves it through. I mean, the HRRR is trending later as well. It doesn't bring in as much rain as the graph in-house model does, but it is trending later into the morning. So this rain that it's bringing in later back across northwest Alabama, it's not necessarily looking severe. But I can promise you we'll probably be dealing with storms through maybe the mid to late morning hours. Severe threat might not wind down though until closer to 7 o'clock now, just based on these latest model trends. And yes, we'll continue to watch the flooding threat, especially with the line starting to slow down. So back at radar real quick. Not many changes since we last looked at radar. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to cover Boonville through Baldwin along Highway 45 in northeastern Mississippi. No tornado warnings at the moment anywhere. Even remotely in the vicinity, but still watching. It's slowing down, meaning we might have to deal with this longer than originally thought. Keep that in mind. But this is not going to change any trends of increasing the intensity, at least, other than the flooding potential, not the severe threat. I'm just going to look at the shear rate real quick, just still watching some of these notches back here. Shear rate really not all that impressive. More impressive the farther south and west you go on this line here. Just damaging straight line winds within this line. Definitely possible. And then also some hail. And there was that video sent in from Korth, but it didn't really look half dollar size. So I'd say quarter size hail for the most part now coming through the northwestern edge there of Lauderdale County through Waterloo. Heads up Gravelly Springs, Central Heights, not included in this severe thunderstorm warning, but winds as high as 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail will be possible as these storms continue to track south-southeast. And yeah, just a ton of lightning moving through. A ton of lightning. I think I'm going to do an updated storm track here, just for people down the line. And I'm going to put it into motion. And we'll just take it out about 40 miles per hour. So Gravelly Springs, I just said it was headed your way. 1:35 arrival time, Central Heights. 1:40 Lime Kiln, same story. Hines 1:45. Cherokee 1:45. St. Florine closer to 2 o'clock in the morning. Florence 1:57. Sheffield 2 o'clock exactly. Killen 2 o'clock. And Muscle Shoals just after 2 o'clock. So be prepared for damaging straight line winds, hail up to a quarter size, very heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, not seeing really any rotation. Within these storms. If that should change, we will keep a close eye on it. Again, this is just a track through the rest of Lauderdale County, Colbert, and overall trends is that the line is slowing down, which I know you're probably grumbling because it's like, oh, this was already an overnight event. Trust me, I get it. I get it. But the more rain we get, the better also. Not good for flooding, great for decreasing the severe threat. So again, this is just the latest timeline for far northwest Alabama. I'm going to give you one last look at it, and then I'm going to look at the storm close to Boonville. Because it was initially stronger than some of these other ones that are about to come through, or the more northern edge of the line. About to move through Cherokee area. This one, and the lightning is intensifying back here over towards Ripley. Big time. Shear rate is increasing just a bit back there, but nothing too concerning on velocity. Just hail, heavy rain, and damaging wind gusts. That remains the story. If you're just now tuning in, only one severe warned storm The line continues to slow down. No word if we will see a potential tornado watch extended for areas to the east or extended through the morning since the line is slowing down. But again, we'll continue to give you those updates once we have them. Like I said earlier, I don't necessarily see that severe threat ongoing that long, even with the new model guidance, just because there's so much rain. Doubtful those storms would still be severe. A new special weather statement. This is just going to be a strong storm, not severe weather criteria, but still impactful. Was just issued for Lincoln and Moore, Tennessee. So this is going to be due to wind gusts 50 to 55 miles per hour and pea-sized hail. So let's go to Lincoln and Moore counties real quick. We'll go to our high top radar. Look at the hail. Yeah, I mean, this is not even showing up on our hail swath, so more than, like, this is going to be very small hail. The worst storms really are still to your north, though, for the most part. This is mainly central Moore and then northern Lincoln County. Again, not seeing any rotation there. This is where the majority of the tornado warnings have been since we started this evening. And here's something interesting. So I'm just looking in the National Weather Service chat in Birmingham. And they're actually doing a special balloon flight going up now, which is quite rare. Balloon flight is going to be the weather balloons that they send, which are actually very, very neat. I got to experience one there at the National Weather Service in Birmingham, located right next to the Shelby County Airport. And these balloons are huge. They're a lot bigger than you would imagine. Got to fill it up, send it off and everything. And these balloons are very, very helpful when looking at data in the different layers of the atmosphere. There's sensors on the balloon. It goes up. On what we call a radiosonde, collects all kinds of data from wind, temperature, you name it. And then we get sounding data, which is very helpful, especially when we're doing severe weather. And again, just looking at some of the National Weather Service chats. They're also talking about the outflow boundary that extends southwestward, tail end of the storm in northeast Mississippi down to Oxford. This is the storm back here. And this is what I said earlier, that's, again, I don't want to say weakening, but the tornado threat is just really not all that impressive, which it wasn't to begin with. But that for certain is going to limit it because the storms are not rooted to the surface. They're becoming elevated. Strong gusty winds, especially straight line damaging wind gusts, still possible with an elevated storm though, and hail, but overall trends are pretty good. You see that Birmingham's doing a special balloon launch, 6C.
That's nice. All right, good morning, everyone. Meteorologist Chelsea Aaron holding down the fort here. If she needs to take a breather, she's more than welcome to. What time did you start this?
I started this shortly after we got the official tornado watch, I think around 11:15. So
Okay.
we've been on for a hot minute.
Yeah, yes, you have. Well,
And
good
then-
morning, everyone.
Max 1 is here. I have Max 2 pulled up here, but you can situate it as you would like.
We'll leave it as is for the moment. Don't fix it if it's not broke, right?
True.
So yeah, still have severe thunderstorm warnings here, ongoing. In general, the trend is about as good as things can be right now. We expected some strong to severe storms at that severe thunderstorm warning for parts of extreme northwest Alabama, including western Lauderdale County and just a part of northwest Colbert County right there on the river. Hail still remains a threat. We're looking at a lot of gusty wind, ton of cloud to ground lightning, still the potential for brief spin ups. I think the farther east this line goes, just based on some of the instability that we have and some of the limitations, this is very well potentially turning into a flash flooding situation. And this is something that we kind of reiterated here over the past couple of days. It's almost like when we get into that late spring, early summer season, what we call the QLCSs, those lines of storms that start to roll in overnight into the morning hours. It kind of has a similar setup. Now, I know today is March 31st, but big thanks to Chelsea Aaron here this morning. She's not going anywhere for now, at least. But just kind enough to keep the live going. When we come in, it's just hard to go right into track severe storms mode, and then all of a sudden the newscast rolls around, and you are totally caught off guard. You don't have any of your graphics built or anything. So I did that and just kind of doing some more of our busy work, if you will. It is tricky when you do come in too early, though, just because our weather computer is scheduled to turn over to the next day at 3 a.m. And the reason we delay that switchover of the days, so the computer essentially still thinks it's Sunday, but I'm trying to build graphics as if it is Monday because it is, and you're kind of building everything like for the next day, and it's very just mentally, kind of some mental gymnastics there too. But things look good as far as a trend. There's going to be a bigger hail threat here with some of these storms that are in northeast Mississippi. Ton of lightning with this. That's something Chelsea's really been highlighting. Chelsea, does our hail button work now?
It's basically just the swath.
The swath works, but
I mean, when you pull up the other hail button, it shows the same as the swath.
oh, if I use the dropper, So the old product we use for hail is discontinued, essentially, and we're trying to find another product that would work. It was a really handy tool because you would just click on the purple area and it would give you that estimated hail size for you. But since that product has been discontinued, we have not found a suitable alternate just yet. But some bigger hail there out in parts of Mississippi at the moment. Just looking at your radar, velocity, and then always going over to that shear rate. This is going to be near Boonville out on 45. Just making sure everyone could hear me okay. It's always helpful to make sure that you can hear me. And you look at some of the storm relative velocity. Here between Iuka, it's going to be northwest of you in Cherokee. And we'll just go back, kind of reset the view for you. Turn on the lightning counter. And that's a lot of lightning. Almost like these summertime storms that we were talking about, you know, rolling through. We're going to take a look up there in parts of Middle Tennessee. Giles County, severe thunderstorm warning. Lincoln County, not under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but that storm, Jerome Jones, thank you. You could hear me okay. You can't see me just yet. But not as much lightning here. If you look out in Giles County, just a handful of strikes. And Giles County is one of the larger counties there in Middle Tennessee. Expecting those gusty winds to come in. Just closely watching that line there in Middle Tennessee for re-strengthening. That's what the Weather Service in Huntsville is referring to. Probably some wind gusts, I would guess 40 to maybe 50 miles per hour. That would be my guess with that. And then if we do hail, not so much as a concern. Maybe some pea to dime size hail up in there. So, severe thunderstorm warning for Colbert County, I believe, is expiring. So you'll see that polygon go off here shortly. Hope, good morning. Thank you for letting me know. A lot of lightning there toward Waterloo, though. I know it could kind of get distracting, but it also is such a helpful tool for us to see kind of what's going on within these storms. Because if you see the lightning uptick, you know that that storm is tending to gain strength. And time again, when we show you the shear rate, and then we show you an uptick in lightning in that same kind of area, which the lightning is displaced a little farther north, right over you in Waterloo. So if you're in Waterloo, it's going to get real noisy here. Ton of rainfall coming your way. Lincoln County, they're not going to extend that warning most likely, at least based on current trends. The lightning in Giles County going down a bit up there toward Lewisburg. You've got Shelbyville all the way through Manchester too. And that's a long line of storms. And these tornado warnings today started all the way out to the west. Right now going all the way into parts of eastern Kentucky there. And then we look off to the southwest too, and we don't have the radar data there, but you see the polygons. Those are severe thunderstorm warnings. See if I could work on some of my fancier zooming tools here. Oh, see, got too fancy. But the trend in general right now is pretty much what we thought would happen. You know, more organized severe weather threat to our north. This is overnight now. The atmosphere is not as unstable as it could be. The thing to watch is probably going to be kind of this tail end here between Corinth and Baldwin. That's going to start to drop kind of east-southeasterly here. Chelsea, what speed have you been using for this? About 40, 45?
Yeah, right about.
Okay, so
I mean, it's slowing down. The line's slowing down. Storms are moving fairly.
And the slower these storms go, the greater our threat for flash flooding is going to be. So we've got this storm track here. Extend that out for you 2 hours. And now that includes a lot more of you. Just the latest storm track. No need to be on television right now with just the one severe thunderstorm warning. And then the activity up there in Middle Tennessee, of course, watching that very closely here. But yeah, this tail end, it's going to have kind of more instability as it moves from Boonville out to maybe Belmont, Red Bay, Vina, Hodges, got Phil Campbell, Russellville, into kind of Colbert County. It's just getting that south wind. And I noticed that when I was driving into work here this morning. Left my house at 11:45 p.m., got here right at midnight. As I promised Chelsea I would be here in a timely fashion. Kind of hard to go to sleep last night, just because Sundays in general, Sunday mornings tend to sleep later than I do during the work week. And also Auburn basketball. How about those Auburn Tigers, Final Four? Unfortunate loss there for the Bama fans that are still watching too. We've got over 1,000 of you, 1,100 here, 144 on your Monday morning. That's my normal alarm clock for normal days, 1:45 a.m. That's when my normal Monday starts. But time to turn those off. Phil Campbell, yes, I can change the first city, select, and we're going to do this. I think that's... Chelsea, when you do the first city and you select it, do you have to do the drop down? Oh, I got it. All right.
Yeah, don't check the box, just hit select.
So if we do, we'll do Tishmingo. Select. Okay. There we go. So this is your next 2 hours. So if it's 1:46 and the end of this storm track is 2 hours from now, we're talking 3:46, probably 3:30-ish for, I would say, Madison into parts of Huntsville, there, Madison County. Everyone else would be a little earlier than that. We could just keep kind of extending so you get the storm track. We'll go out to... Where is, come on, it keeps scrolling backwards when I want it to go forward. There's St. Florine. There's Florence as your first, if you put Florence there, that gives you Leeton, 242. Rogersville would be like 235. Red Bay, 234. So that's the latest storm track. Again, the hour-by-hour forecast has been fairly consistent. I really like the trend that we're kind of seeing up here as we go into Middle Tennessee. I mean, that's a storm with a ton of lightning, probably some hail in there, some gusty winds too. But just this area in general, the fact that it's not strengthening behind that is a good sign. Now, what we're watching is what we were just over. New severe thunderstorm warning going to come out now. Probably for Colbert and Lauderdale, maybe a sliver of, with how slow these are moving, this isn't probably going to be the largest polygon here. there's just way more lightning here on the southern end. Everything that we have in northeast Mississippi, it's going to be the hail that we see popping up here right there north and west of you in Waterloo. That's what the severe thunderstorm warning is going to come out for right now. Just, not northwest, sorry, east, southeast of you in Waterloo, right here in this area. That's going to be your hail core. So new severe thunderstorm warning getting drawn up. And then just the tail end of this, that's where we're going to have to watch for. I would say any possible spin-up tornado threat is going to come out of that southern part of the storm here in Mississippi. Going right over 45, right through Boonville right now. So this would be our folks here in our far western counties. You got Tishmingo there in Mississippi. This might even stay north of you in Red Bay, eventually Vina Hodges too. Kind of depends on just how this is moving. Definitely has more of an easterly component versus a southeasterly component. But these storms producing a ton of lightning, the hail threat will be in there. And just to show you kind of how this is all moving. Had those older tornado warnings up there in parts of Lawrence County. But yeah, nasty line of storms. So like I mentioned, that polygon, it's a little larger than what it has been. But this is for hail potential of up to 1 inch, so quarter size hail. Wind gust with this should stay below severe criteria. So this new severe thunderstorm warning just put out by the Weather Service in Huntsville is going to go through 2:30, and that's for Lauderdale and parts of Colbert County there, mainly for the threat of hail right now. And then just going back to show you that hail swath here. Yeah, there's a lot more hail off to our west still. But this is coming our way. We've got strong updrafts, obviously, with these storms continuing to push through. So severe thunderstorm warning goes until 2:30, and that's mainly for a hail threat there. But that hail threat potentially going to move right over you in the Quad Cities. Let me see what they said as far as at 1:49 a.m., severe thunderstorm located 8 miles north of Cherokee or 10 miles east of J.P. Coleman State Park, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard quarter-size hail, potential damage to vehicles. So the hail threat is still radar indicated. I showed you that little purple dot. Estimated hail size about 1 inch, so just about reaching severe criteria for that hail threat. And the wind threat, the max gust should be under 50 miles per hour. But pretty decent hail coming with this. And if we do that 35 miles per hour, there it is. So that's your arrival time. So this is very noisy as is, just because of the lightning and the thunder, the heavy rain, and then eventually as that hail gets closer, you'll kind of hear that rumbling, if you will. So coming up on almost 2 o'clock, it's 1:52 on your Monday morning. Appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Tracking these severe storms, mainly a hail threat right now, and I think the hail threat is also going to start to decrease the farther east this line of storms goes. So very well, I mean, this is a hypothetical, but when these storms cross over I-65 in parts of north central Alabama, this might turn into just a ton of heavy rainfall. That's going to have an impact on the morning commute, obviously, and turn into more of a potential flash flooding event than a real severe weather threat. Now, doesn't mean let your guard down. That's just kind of my gut feeling based on what we're seeing on radar trends at the moment. Still have those 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in Mississippi. You've got this one here for Lawrence County, also Wayne County, And then still no warning for you up in Lincoln County there in Middle Tennessee. Now, that is one of our television counties. I know there's a lot of you in Middle Tennessee that say you could get our signal over air, but according to the actual drawing map of the DMA, as we call it, the viewing area, if you will, really we just cover Lincoln County as far as that goes. But, you know, always looking out for you guys in Lawrence County, Giles County, Moore, Franklin. You know, we've covered storms up there in Tullahoma, Winchester, of course. The coffee is good this morning, Monday morning coffee. But hope everyone had a good weekend. Busy weekend, too fast, always too fast. Too short of a weekend, that is, and long week incoming, too. We've got a lot of weather for the week ahead. It's kind of an active pattern. We've got temperatures in the mid-80s. I hope your air conditioning is working, because that's going to have to probably kick on at some point this week, because we got a very warm forecast, and we'll get to that 10-day eventually here this morning, probably during the morning newscast. Pollen count, the only good thing about these storms and the rain, some of the rain we saw over the weekend, the pollen count is actually in the low category. And I'm sure you've seen this around, just the green that was the pollen just knocked out of the air. It was all over my driveway, my backyard. It's all over your vehicles, and it's just really nasty. I saw something that Atlanta the other day shattered their all-time pollen count, and it wasn't even close. Actually, even Friday, when I was playing golf with my friends, I noticed it just looked hazy. And I'm like, I don't think we have any fires around that would give us kind of this haze. It was actually the pollen that was making the visibility so bad. No real concerning areas of rotation with this, and even off to our west as well. These storms, just kind of that tail end there, a little bit of rotation there near Boonville, but I like the trend as a whole. So we'll keep an eye on, obviously, that tail end there coming out of Mississippi. And then right along the Tennessee River right now, off camera, not that you could see it, but looking at our Shoals camera, a couple flashes of lightning there, the camera that overlooks Wilson Lake there. That's showing some flashes of lightning, just a ton of lightning with this. Now moving right through Waterloo and east of the area. And the lightning is just a little farther north. The highest concentration of lightning is a little farther north than where we have that maybe hail potential, is probably right over the river there. But very electric storms here. Almost feels like a summer morning when you come in and you've got temperatures in the upper 60s. And the dew point right now is probably 65. Let's see, that's RPM temperatures, DMA temperatures. Here we go. Let's see what we've got. So you're at 71 in the Shoals, 68 in Moulton, 70 Decatur, 70 Athens, 69 in Huntsville. And then the important number is going to be right here, your dew point, 67 in Pulaski. That is very saturated air. Everyone else in the mid-60s, but that's all it takes really this time of year to produce and support strong to severe storms. That would be a dew point. Anything over 60 even is all it takes. And yesterday morning we had some rain showers roll through, even some showers through the afternoon. And I think that kind of prevented us from warming up too much. If we had highs in the 80s earlier this afternoon, we'd probably still be in the low to mid 70s everywhere. But there's your wind. And I noted this earlier, that wind out of the south. The flags, I always drive by on the parkway right before you get to our television station. There's a used car dealership, and I always look at those flags, and then I look at the vehicles in the parking lot on the colder mornings to see if there's frost on them. Those are my two indications of wind direction and whether or not we have frost each morning. But there you go. That's your wind. Some strong gusts too. And then you see that wind becoming northwesterly in Pulaski, up there in Giles County. I don't think that's the front coming through itself just yet, but later on by the late morning, afternoon hours, our wind will be northwesterly. Jerome's AC has been on. I don't blame you. It's been kind of nice until the humidity really ramped up to just have some of those days where you can kind of just open the windows and run some fans in the house. Because, you know, once the AC goes on, when you go into April, and then it just stays on all the way through Halloween, try and save a few bucks when you can, right? Go back to the radar here. And we're coming up on the top of the hour, so what I may do is I'm going to talk with our production TMP specialists, and I might organize a quick cut in here just to let people know that maybe are watching TV and say, well, why aren't they on? There's no need to be on TV right now. Just tracking severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. As soon as we deem it necessary, we will cut into television, but always good to give people an update really quick and just let them know what's going on. So I'm going to talk to them really quick, and I'll be right back. All right, going to do a cut in here really quick. Right now the wind in Athens, just your general wind, Florine, probably just about 15 to 20 miles per hour. Okay, Jessica, I am walking to the wall, and whenever you are ready, I am ready. Well, good Monday morning, everyone. 48 First Alert Meteorologist Eric Burke alongside Meteorologist Chelsea Aaron over in the 48 Weather Center. I just want to let you know that there's no need to be on television right now, just giving you an update on what's going on. We are tracking severe thunderstorm warnings across parts of Middle Tennessee and now into northwest Alabama. We've got more activity developing off to our west as well into parts of extreme northeast Mississippi, and that's where the strongest part of this line of storms is actually going to be. And this is mainly a hail threat at the moment. Severe thunderstorm warning right now in parts of Colbert as well as Lauderdale County. This does go until 2:30. We're not expecting severe wind with this, but potential for quarter-size hail that is 1 inch in diameter. Everything very slowly tracking from west to east, moving about 35 miles per hour. But the threat for large hail is now continuing to develop and might move into the Florence, Muscle Shoals, Killen area, and eventually Lexington. Winds with this might be 40 to 50 miles per hour. And if you turn on the lightning You can see how electrical these storms are right now, moving east of Waterloo, and the lightning counter is actually going down a bit. And that is a good sign. I think very quickly this might become more of a heavy rain and gusty wind threat the farther east these storms continue to move through as we go through the morning hours. Up into parts of Middle Tennessee, Lincoln County right here, a decent storm rolling through, but it's not severe. Could see some 30-mile-per-hour winds with this, maybe some pea to dime size hail, and then everyone else dry at this time. We've got a strong wind out of the south. Very warm and humid here this morning. We are streaming on our WAFF 48 Facebook page, and that's where we will continue to stream likely until the newscast starts today at 4:30 a.m. But just want to give you an update. Threat for larger hail now over parts of northwest Alabama, and watching the strongest part of this line of storms as we go into northeast Mississippi. So find us over on our Facebook page. We're going to send you back to regular scheduled programming, but of course we'll cut into normal programming as needed if severe weather is present. All right, folks watching on the stream, I know you could not see me there, but just a quick update. Basically just covered everything in about 90 seconds. The storms in Mississippi are starting to pick up, especially with that big concentration of lightning that we have now. Look at that. That is crazy amount of lightning right over Boonville. And I think we're starting to see some rotation there. Yeah, right over Boonville. Still just a severe thunderstorm warning on this. I'm sure Memphis keeping close eye on that, of course. Just the amount of lightning alone. So in Boonville right now, quarter-size hail being reported there. But that's definitely going to be the strongest part of this line. Right there. And then, of course, we have quite a bit of lightning here still, moving into parts of Lauderdale County. Not so much Colbert County, but over the state line between Iuka and Burnsville. And then far northwest of Tishmingo, quite a bit of lightning as well. So that's what you're hearing in the distance. Just got a photo of the quarter-size hail, and it is quarter-size. Always helps if you are measuring hail. Put that size piece of currency, that coin, if you will, and then put the hailstone next to it, or you could always just measure it right there. Yeah, Ryan, out there in Fayetteville, some stronger storms around you, but even nothing severe there in Giles County. Now there is a severe storm moving into Lawrence County right now. That severe thunderstorm warning also goes until 2:30. So we switch radars, take a look at you in Fayetteville. Ton of rain. The lightning in Lincoln County, I think you've got 1 or 2 strikes across the entire county over the past couple of minutes. Up there in Shelbyville, that's what you're going to be hearing as far as that goes. National Weather Service in Memphis is starting to clear their counties. We will not be cleared from that tornado watch anytime soon, considering we've just got this line of storms rolling in right now. But definitely have to watch that storm that's over Boonville right now with all that lightning that produced the quarter-size hail. If we get anything, it's likely going to come out of that. I'm going to put another storm track on this. And these storms have really slowed down too. And that's where that threat for flash flooding is going to continue to become more and more problematic. So storm track this for you. Here we go. That is is too much. We'll go 40. And then going to get that track altered to be 2 hours. So this will be 120 minutes. And then, so that goes Cherokee 226, Lexington 232, Tishomingo 233, Killen 234, and Florence at 236. And then we'll go all the way to Leeton here as the first city, and that kind of gives you a farther look. Someone was asking about Athens. So Athens would be about 3:30. Yeah, there's going to be hail in these northwest Alabama storms for sure. That's why the warning came out, not so much for a severe wind threat. These winds probably 40 to maybe 50 miles per hour, but it's more the hail concern with this, and even that seems to be kind of going down. The hail core is not as pronounced there in parts of Lauderdale County as it was earlier when the warning was initially put out. Yeah, this storm coming out of Boonville, it's going to be that little area right there that we've just kind of been keeping an eye on. Kind of get those right in that area, those reds and greens together, shows up okay, and that's where notice how that shear rate lines up right with that area I circled. It's going to be in that little notch, and then the hail with that has been far more pronounced, where you see those little purple specks there. So that's the strongest part of that cell right there. It's got the most lightning, it's got the most hail potential, and it's got some potential rotation. So that's the area coming out of Boonville, Mississippi that we'll need to continue to keep an eye on. Not saying the hail threat right now in parts of Lauderdale County is not, worth being monitored, but as a whole, that's probably the area of most concern. I'm going to hop off for a second, and I'm going to chat with Chelsea really quick, and then we'll be right back with you.
'48 First Alert Meteorologist Chelsea Aaron here. Again, both myself and morning meteorologist Eric Burt keeping a close eye on these storms. He just had to take a bit of a break. He's running to the bathroom, and so I'm going to be with you for a little bit. Strongest storm at the moment, even though we do have a severe warning storm still moving through Lauderdale County, it still is this storm back near Boonsville. Eric just circled that notch feature, and this is really what I've been talking about all night long and really all day. I did an earlier stream at 4:30, our weather extras that we've been doing throughout the week and on the weekends. And I not only talked about notches, but bowing segments. These notches or little features are basically where we could see areas of rotation. These are not going to be strong tornadoes, but they could be EF0, EF1, brief spin up in nature. Still well over the Mississippi-Alabama state line. This is moving due east, so I'm going to just show you relatively how far away it is. Just under 20 miles from the Alabama state line there. And I mean, it's not a very tight couplet, it's broad rotation at the moment, but these things change quickly, especially when you're dealing with brief spin-ups. You could see this tighten within the next radar scan, and so this is why we're going to watch it quite closely. That storm still moving through Lauderdale County. I believe that severe thunderstorm warning is going until 2:30, so the next 15 minutes. And this is really not a wind threat, but more of a hail threat, quarter-size hail possible. But if there are no signs of strengthening and potentially weakening with that storm as it tracks to the east, the National Weather Service will probably just let this go. Maybe not issue downstream. Again, there is some wind within that storm. I'd say maybe some 45 miles per hour at times, but hail the main reason that they issued that warning. And this covers Killen, Florence, and let me take this hail tool off real quick so I can move the radar. Anderson, Lexington, not included, but we'll update you if you are later on. Looking at the shear rate, a great tool to use, especially when the rotation is not really pronounced with some of these spin-ups since they happen so quickly. Not overly concerning. With that storm, but it could always pick up. And the lightning just continues to be insane. Lightning really has gone down with the storm through northwestern Colbert and Lauderdale County. Most of the lightning is concentrated in and around that notch feature, which we've been keeping a close eye on. Now headed towards Tishomingo.
Yeah, that severe thunderstorm warning for Colbert as well as Lauderdale County, that came out for the threat of quarter-size hail. A lot less lightning with that. That warning goes until 2:30, so you got another 14 minutes or so on that one. And based on the trend, I don't think that would be extended based on what I'm seeing. A little bit heavy rain definitely coming for you in Killen. Probably hear some of that thunder and lightning too. Middle Tennessee really behaving right now until you go into parts of Wayne, Lawrence, and moving into Giles County. A lot of lightning there in Lawrence County. Some strong winds too, and that's the reason for the severe thunderstorm warning. Sadie's saying we're just sitting around with our snackies, tired as heck. Yeah.
I understand. Yeah, I was telling them about the line slowing down, which is not something that we want to hear. Good for the severe threat, not so great for the flooding threat, and not so great for all of you who just want this to be over.
Yeah, this could very well. I was writing my captioning for the day, my web story, which hasn't been published yet because I needed to grab an image to do it. But looking at some of the model data and the future radar that Chelsea was showing you, I mean, this very well could go all the way through 9, 10 o'clock for you folks in northeast Alabama towards Sand Mountain. I'm not saying that the severe weather threat will last that long, but as far as the heavy rain threat, the lightning, maybe some gusty winds, that could very well linger for the next several hours here, 7 maybe. and go all the way through 9:18 a.m. and hopefully things will be wrapping up around then. It's a pretty big little gust of wind there in Tennessee.
Yeah, watching that severe warned storm, and this is just an update from the National Weather Service in Huntsville. They're watching the same storm that we are back here in Prentiss County, Mississippi. They're likely going to be issuing a severe thunderstorm warning once it gets closer to the state line if it maintains its current intensity as of right now. So it should be entering right across the Alabama state line in the next 30 minutes or so. So just to put it into motion,
Go over to GWX.
this is tracking pretty east-southeasterly at the moment. So if I had to guess, I'd say portions of Colbert, maybe even into northern Franklin County being clipped by this. So again, that's likely within the next 30 minutes. Larger hail possible with this storm for sure. A lot of lightning, heavy rain, and strong damaging wind gusts. We continue to watch that notch feature. Nothing overly concerning. Again, things could change quickly, and that's why we're here. And we have 2 sets of eyes.
That's right. Chelsea's had a long afternoon, evening, and now morning. My day just getting started here.
It's going to be a long morning and afternoon, though.
Yes, I'm here all the way through the noon newscast. Join us at 10:30 for a Weather Extra. It's our new streaming thing that we're doing, if you haven't seen it yet. 10:30 a.m., 9:30 p.m., Monday through Friday. And then I know Chelsea and Jeff also doing Weather Extra on the weekends. Just trying to keep you guys as informed as possible. Yeah, the southern part of this line now definitely becoming more northeast, southwest oriented, pushing kind of more southeasterly in Mississippi. Ton of lightning, probably the bigger hail. I know in Boonville they had reports of quarter-size hail. Based on how it looked on the radar, I'm surprised it wasn't actually a little larger. I'm sure there were some larger stones there, but who's running out to check the size of hail here at this time of the morning? But it's a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. That's it. A little bit of redevelopment too, farther off to the west and southwest. Those don't look to be severe.
And Eric, as you point that out, there's a pretty large gap in the line that extends, all the way up into portions of the Ohio Valley, back down into our neck of the woods and south. Farther you go south, the less uniform it becomes, even though there is additional convection going on. They're not severe either, and as I was mentioning earlier with Birmingham doing a balloon launch, Jackson actually did one as well, and there's a very impressive capping inversion that we call it. We talk about that often. It's basically a warm layer aloft. It acts like a lid on the atmosphere where storms are not able to rise and reach their full potential. So, we have a lot of things going in our favor as we had throughout the early morning hours in terms of the severity. That doesn't mean that this will completely eliminate the severe threat. As we head through the rest of the morning on Monday, as we're still watching some interesting features, but as Eric and I have both been mentioning, trends are good.
We like a good capped atmosphere around here. We are not rooting for storms. I hope that we just see a little bit of rain and some wind with this, and we just go on with our week, and that's that. But yeah, just continuing to keep an eye on everything. Got 1,200 of you with us coming up on 2:23 on your Monday morning, and I think Chelsea put it best. This is going to take forever for this line to actually move through. Thunder in Athens, yeah, those would be the storms to your west.
And Eric, it's important to mention too, with some of the later timing shifting throughout the rest of the morning, the school delays. We had several school delays.
Yep, that full list on our website, waff.com.
Some 2 hours, some 3 hours.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that wasn't solely based on the threat for severe weather. I think a lot of that just had to do with the amount of rainfall that we could see through the morning. And you know, you don't want your kids out on a school bus when it's raining that hard. You know, buses, just like other vehicles, hydroplaning a concern too.
Note, if you're looking for a full list, we have that on our website. It will continue to be updated if we do see any more delays, closings, whatnot.
Cindy, no, the Boonsville, Mississippi storm is not going to hit Florence. It's going to move south. It's actually going to probably move into parts of Colbert as well as Franklin County. So it's moving in that southeasterly fashion. There's still so much lightning with that. Up there in Killen, along 43, heavy rain, potentially some smaller hail with that. We pull that up from the high top radar site. Just a noisy morning. Good sleeping weather, but I know a lot of you are watching, obviously, because, well, you either just want to know what's going on, maybe you don't have work tomorrow. Getting a report from emergency management there in Morgan County. There's a tree blocking the roadway, Prospect and 5th Avenue in Decatur. And I'm guessing that's just from the general wind. Can you go to sleep in Ardmore? A severe, strong to potentially severe storm is going to move through Ardmore here in a little bit. Just put a little storm track out. That'll give you your time of arrival there for Ardmore, 3:14 a.m. for both Ardmores, the Ardmore twins, as meteorologist Jeff Denoyer calls them. And this warning goes for another 4 minutes until 2:30. Not sure if they're going to extend it. And this came out initially for the threat of large hail, quarter-size hail.
Eric, I'm now reading the new mesoscale discussion they just put out. And, you know, just reading verbatim here, tornado potential may be limited. A new severe thunderstorm watch, may be needed in the next 1 to 2 hours to replace portions of tornado watch and to include points downstream across northern and central Alabama into northwest Georgia.
So they would replace the watch that goes through 5 a.m. with a severe thunderstorm watch.
And potentially include places to the east.
And that would include, you left out, would be Jackson, DeKalb. Is Marshall in it?
Yes.
Okay. And that would probably,
within the next 1 to 2 hours.
I would guess, go through 8 or 9 a.m.
I would assume.
So this is going to be an extended severe thunderstorm watch. When they are going to pull the trigger on that, they don't know exactly. Weather Service, I know Chelsea has mentioned this, watching the severe warned storm. Well, this is new. The severe warned storm in Lauderdale County has weakened. They're going to replace that just with a special weather statement. We said that warning for portions of Colbert as well as Lauderdale County. That was put out for 1-inch hail. They're going to let that go. The severe thunderstorm warning that was in Lawrence County has now been extended into Giles County, and that will go until 3:15. So someone was just asking about Ardmore. The Tennessee side of Ardmore, Tennessee, will be in this warning. The Alabama side is not going to be in this warning, but the warning that they were talking about potentially extending was this one. And this severe thunderstorm warning for Tishomingo County there in Mississippi, that goes until 3 a.m. So still another half an hour on that. But the hail threat has gone down too. So just have to keep an eye on that. Always watching that shear rate, the different velocities.
Birmingham's sounding doesn't look all that.
We like a capped atmosphere.
Well, look at the photograph.
So all in all, a good trend. Severe thunderstorm watch potentially replacing the tornado watch. This is what we've got. Heavy rain and flooding threat not to be overlooked here this morning. Severe threat over in Florence, I would say maybe 30 to 40 minutes. Probably earlier, I'm erring on the side of caution, 30 to 40 minutes. So the special weather statement. Wind gusts up to 40 and penny-size hail. So that would be for you folks in eastern Lauderdale and parts of northern Limestone County. We have some very hot temperatures on our 10-day forecast, and we also have some cooler temperatures at the end. So going back to we always wait until April 15th to tell you to start planting things. That's why we've got to cool down. There's one morning low that I typed in this morning that was 37 degrees. So that's almost frost territory. But right now, no one needs to be sheltering or anything like that. If you are up there in Giles County watching us, quite a bit of wind heading your way. Yeah, that's a lot of wind right there. So that would move into Elkton and maybe just clip some of you in the Ardmore area. We're also starting to see some of this rain here popping up ahead of it. Now that's obviously not severe, and there's not even lightning with that too. Just keeping an eye on things. I know this isn't the most riveting live, but I'd rather take a lack of action than widespread severe weather and tracking all that for you. So that Prentiss County storm in Mississippi, I think the Weather Service is not going to extend that severe thunderstorm warning for you in parts of Colbert and Franklin. They're going to put out just one of the special weather statements. I would say maybe nickel hail and 40-mile-per-hour winds. That's my guess. You can hold me to it when it comes out. A lot of heavy rainfall spreading out over the Cherokee area, moving into Florence, the Shoals, keeping an eye on the Wilson Dam camera. And that's been showing some flashes of lightning, but it's not just like continuous lightning like it is in Mississippi right now. The atmosphere in general, going off your comment there, Derek, some of the rain, I think some of the rain we had earlier in the day and some of the cloud cover we hit a high temperature of 74 degrees at about 5:30 yesterday evening, Sunday evening. And I think that's pretty much done us a favor. If we had the high temperatures in the 80s and we would still be in the 70s everywhere, you know, that would be a different story as far as the setup we have. Just that storm moving toward Tishomingo. So this would move, basically, if you're out there in far western Colbert and extreme northwest Franklin County, that's coming your way. Ton of lightning with that. And just the amount of lightning we're seeing with this in general, that's worth monitoring for sure. Go back up into the Middle Tennessee storm here. Ton of wind with this now. See this big little surge? Big little surge. You hear yourself say it sounds silly. But those winds right there, that's why they have the warning. Not so much for the hail threat. Had more hail with it previously when it was farther west. When will the winds hit Fayetteville? That's a good question. So those winds, if it's moving, we'll go 38 miles per hour. Fayetteville would be about 324. Excuse me as my stomach growls a little bit. Haven't had anything to eat yet, just running on coffee and water. Chelsea kind enough to offer me some Girl Scout cookies. No, thank you. At some point, I'll get my morning granola bar. And this is where that spin-up threat could start to develop too. Near Minor Hill, a little bit of lightning with that. You look at the shear rate ahead of that. It's just kind of that leading end there. Sometimes you get that big surge of wind with the front of that storm. Hearing a little bit of that rain now on the roof of our 48 studio here. Yeah, Cindy, I think you're okay. Quite a bit of lightning lingering there in Waterloo. Couple storms behind this main line, still near Corinth, not severe, down to Baldwin too. And we're kind of going to see that, you know, just this raggedy pop-up rainfall, convection, if you will, just continue. It's going to be a very slow morning here. What's that? I think it's kind of like a pulse type storm where it goes through its cycles. Out to Sand Mountain, Chelsea, I think we're going to see a weakening trend. Chelsea on the chat, but thank you for backing me up on that. I think by the time it gets to Sand Mountain, we're talking about a ton of rainfall, some thunder, lightning, maybe some smaller hail. Of course, we will continue to assess as we go, you know, through the rest of the morning here. One of the ham weather radio operators showing a camera, just a lot of lightning, and it's showing that storm that's over Tishmingo right now that you're looking at on your screen with all that lightning. And if we get a warning, it's going to come out for this kind of rural area of northwest Franklin and western Colbert County. When you really got to zoom in, and there's just not a lot of communities there. It's kind of that rural area. But I don't like this little feature here, because that's where we could potentially see a little spin up.
Eric, just going and relaying information into the newsroom right now. This storm, as Eric mentioned, seems to be recycling. These are not really exactly the same, but reminiscent of summertime thunderstorms. We typically call them pulse storms when we head into the summer months because we have a lot of instability, but typically during the summer months, no, there isn't really a overwhelming threat for severe weather because we just lack the ingredients. But because it's so warm, thunderstorms can pop up very, very quickly, and we can get a lot of downburst as well. That causes a lot of damage sometimes. Not tornadic, but it's basically when a thunderstorm collapses on itself and it's just a big burst of wind that rushes to the surface. So still damaging winds, especially during the summertime, lightning, but they pulse up and they pulse down very, very quickly. The hail core is starting to show back up on this storm. I'm actually gonna look and see what it's not popping up here on our hail swath at all. But noticing some of the magenta colors could potentially show a strengthening updraft here. Still watching that feature very closely. I mean, the lightning is insane over Tishomingo. I want to see the lightning counter. Now, granted, this total strikes is not just showing for this storm, but if I had to guess, the majority is happening within that storm. I'm looking at the shear rate there to see if that's picking up. It's not.
Looks better than it did.
Yeah, I mean, it's not completely overwhelming, but just something to watch. National Weather Service, again, has opted to issue a a special weather statement for this storm versus a severe thunderstorm warning. Keeping a close eye on it just like we are. They did put 1 1/4 inch hail possible. So I think they're seeing a lot of the characteristics that we're seeing as well in terms of that updraft potentially strengthening that could produce some larger hail. The wind, though, they're not really issuing a severe thunderstorm warning for a lot of wind. And they did issue that severe thunderstorm warning. So this is going to cover Crooked Oak, Russellville, Littleville, Cherokee, Florence, Muscle Shoals. You're included in this, but the worst part of this storm is going to go south of you. This is really where it's at. So anything north of this line is mainly just heavy rain and lightning for the most part.
Just saw your comment there, Philip. Thank you. Appreciate it. We have a very exciting week, and we'll let you know why. Regarding my wife, Heather. So, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Eric.
Nope, go ahead. I'm done. I'm eating a granola bar. That's why I'm not talking right now, so you don't have to hear my stomach rumble all morning.
Oh, I know. Last time you went on break, I said you were going to the bathroom, and someone said, thank you for letting us know. TMI, I guess. Like I was mentioning, if you're north of this line, it's mainly just heavy rain, lightning. Areas to the south included in this warning, Crooked Oak, Littleville, Russellville. This is where you could see, again, gusty winds, likely less than 50 miles per hour. They're not going to be severe criteria, but they still will potentially startle you. And then they did put a quarter or an inch and a quarter. So that's $half size. And I'm going to go back and see if anything is popping up on that hail swath there. Still not seeing anything. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's at least some small hail happening. If you do have any reports, please send them our way. We are able to relay that to the National Weather Service and so forth. This is where, again, those magenta purple colors start to pop up. You notice hail as well. And I'm going to go ahead and broaden this out. Don't want to get tunnel vision real quick. Take a look at what's happening in other places. Anderson, seeing a lot of lightning there. That severe thunderstorm warning continues through Giles County into Pulaski. Still have some time before it even crosses over I-65 and heads into your neck of the woods in Fayetteville. A lot of southern Middle Tennessee viewers, so we always want to include you. But there is a lot of wind with that. And for a minute there, it looked like a Boeing segment feature. Doesn't really have those characteristics anymore, but still a lot of wind. 60, 65 miles per hour within that storm. No hail showing up there. Just mainly wind, lightning, and rain. Some heavy rain back towards Killen, but that's about it for you. And as Eric mentioned, there is some rain starting to pop up ahead of all of this. Through Metro Huntsville area, back through Morgan County, Coleman County, in and around Newmarket. This is not strong nor severe, but it goes along with our line of current thinking that this is going to eventually just be raining itself out. heavy rain event. And no, the severe threat more than likely is not going to linger through the late morning, but the storms very well could.
Did they give a time frame of when they would switch the watch by chance?
No, in the mesoscale discussion, it just said within the next 1 to 2 hours. I think they might let the current one expire and then
replace?
yeah, basically just cover areas east. That's what it sounded like.
That is what it sounds like. Very rarely do they replace a tornado watch with a severe thunderstorm watch when they're ongoing. Usually it would be kind of let it run its course.
Thank you, Jessica. Starting to thunder in Hatton. No Sand Mountain magic. Chelsea. And you spell it the same way I do.
That was the confusion earlier. Chelsea asked the question about Northeast Alabama.
No Sand Mountain magic likely this evening or this morning. Who even knows at this point? It's 2:49, about to be 2:50. If you're hanging with us, I'm impressed, honestly. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you. A lot of people asking if they can go to sleep. I tried to address this question before. Again, we try our best to communicate a clear and concise message so you can make informed decisions. If you were to go to sleep, make sure you have more than one way to receive watches and warnings overnight. If they are to extend the watch or issue warnings in which you need to take protective action, make sure you have something that's going to wake you up, if need be. This is not one of those nights where you need to spend the night at a storm shelter by any means, but
No.
if you do live in a manufactured home, maybe a mobile home, I would definitely want to be close to a storm shelter if need be.
Have they said anything about extending that warning into Fayetteville?
No, they did not.
So Fayetteville, you guys would be next. Obviously, we have the severe thunderstorm warning for Colbert and parts of northern Franklin County. And that's going to be for that hail threat. Pea-size hail in Anderson. Thank you, Savannah, for that report. Yeah, I think this is more of a hail type morning, maybe some non-severe winds. Now, obviously the huge concentration of lightning too that's about to cross over the state line between northeast Mississippi and northwest Alabama. Lightning itself is very dangerous, of course, and it could hit trees, it could start fires. Don't like to see a lot of lightning out there, but these are pretty electrical storms, at least the heavier clusters. And you could see when you look at the polygons where they're at, they directly line up with the most electrical storms. That's where you have the strongest updrafts. The stronger the updraft, the bigger hail threat you have. Moving into Giles County there, and eventually this will push into parts of Lincoln County. Lincoln County, Fayetteville, I saw we were running the commercial for the Slaw Burger Festival. That's coming up in April, too.
Oh, really? I feel like that just happened. Is it that time again?
It's that time of year, Slaw Burger Festival.
I still have yet to have a slaw burger, but Eric raves about them.
I had one. We need to get meteorologist Jeff Denoyer in the Slaw Burger eating contest.
Oh, they have one of those.
They do. Yeah, I saw it in person. It's impressive.
What's the record?
I don't know, but this gentleman put down, not Jeff, but another gentleman in the contest. He put down some serious slaw burgers. Storm entering Colbert County, the end of the line. So there's a little bit of rain, lightning, and thunder behind it, but that's not organized convection. That's just kind of messy. You can see kind of in the corner of your screen there out toward Corinth.
Very ragged.
That's what's going to follow this up. So the severe threat will end, but you will still probably have some thunder and lightning behind it. And again, this for you people in Marshall, Jackson, DeKalb County, this could very well go on until 8, 9, maybe even 10 o'clock this morning. At least some of the models were showing about 10 o'clock, the last of the rain pushing off into parts of northwest Georgia.
And yeah, by the time it reaches northeast Alabama, my goodness gracious, you might just only be dealing with rain.
Yeah,
And lightning.
and we talked about that cap. So far, the cap is for the most part holding, and we'd like to see that trend. Watch out for flooded roadways here during the early morning commute. Of course, our newscast starting at 4:30 this morning. We'll have an eye on the roads for you. I'll be watching the radar. Not sure what's happening in the news world. I know it was a sports-heavy weekend, obviously.
A lot of Tennessee fans upset.
Yeah,
Alabama
a lot of
fans.
Alabama fans upset, and the Auburn fans are cheering.
Rejoicing. Hey, at least someone made it though.
Final Four. It's a big deal.
And this is, what, their second time? Oh, wow, the hail jumped up. I bet it's showing now. Yeah.
What's the shear rate on that?
Still pretty minimal.
Mm-hmm. Can you go to velocity, please?
It's kind of a mess. But the hail definitely spiked.
Mm-hmm.
You can see it clearly with that purple. And as Eric mentioned, this is going to be moving into a very rural open space area.
Yeah, we've covered so many tornado warnings out there in western
Just south of Allsboro.
western Colbert County, and then you put those storm tracks on it, or you're looking around and there's just not too many towns out there. It's a very hilly area. Allsboro, the heaviest hail rather, is south of you. It's out there in Colbert County, but that back on the radar, Chelsea's showing you that dark purple area. That's where that big hail threat would be.
And it's very closely related to the notch feature we've been watching as well, right here. Same vicinity, so we'll still watch it.
Megan, you got a long time before this gets to Marshall County. It's a lot of lightning. We know we have hail with that. That's the reason for the severe thunderstorm warning. The winds don't look overly impressive there entering western Colbert County. Here comes the wind and rain in Ardmore. That's from Brooke. Thank you, Brooke. Yeah, there's going to be quite a bit more wind and rain coming your way.
And the National Weather Service now talking about this storm that's been moving through Giles County, now pushing through, worst part of it, pushing through Elkton, where all the wind is.
Mm-hmm.
About to enter into Lincoln County. They are potentially going to downstream that severe thunderstorm warning, and I think they just did, yeah. This is going to be for
3/4 inch diameter hail and wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. So that was the one we were talking about coming out of Giles County. This is for you in Lincoln County, Fayetteville, Bellevue, Huntland, out to
pretty
parts of
large
Moore
one.
and Franklin County. Do you know the speed on that? If you hit,
yeah, it's moving about 60 miles per hour.
60 miles per hour. So the northern part of this line is moving a lot faster than the southern part of the line, where we have that large hail entering Colbert County. In Lincoln County, the more northern part of this line is moving probably 25 to 30 miles per hour faster.
Which these have been more impressive throughout the entire evening, the ones coming from the north.
As far as consistency goes, yes. And you can see the wind jumping up there. So this is a storm that's really going to pack a punch now in parts of western and southwestern Lincoln County and Middle Tennessee. could see some hail with this for sure, but that wind is going to move through downtown Fayetteville, right over 231 out to Bellevue. That's going to, this is where we potentially see some of those isolated power outages.
And here's just a quick storm track. Fayetteville, likely 309, because it's moving so fast. So within the next 10 minutes or so, Huntland, you have nearly a 30-minute lead time. Winchester, 336. And again, just down the line, 341 as it goes into Franklin County, Tennessee.
Well, it's almost 3 o'clock. I feel like probably do another cut-in on the TV. Eric asking a good question, Chelsea. At what point do you switch radars at the Mississippi-Alabama line? Well, this is something we always have to bounce back and forth in between. It depends on what county we're covering. Usually when we're covering our northwest Alabama counties, that would be Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin. Those counties, we typically are going to use the Columbus, Mississippi radar just because it is closer and you tend to get a better look at the lower levels of the storm. Now, when we're looking at this storm, you can see at the top of your screen where that red box is over HTX. That's the high top radar because high top is a lot closer to these middle Tennessee counties. So it's kind of a balancing act, especially as you get into parts of Lawrence County. Sometimes you get a better look from high top. Other times you get a better look from Columbus. It's just one of those things that we really, if you've been here long enough, you just kind of know, okay, now we're going to go over to high top and that will give us the best look at this storm.
Yeah, it's very much like a muscle memory. But even when we're getting these good looks, we look at some areas as, we call them no man's land basically because they're not in a really good position between either radar site. And so you have to think of the radar beam sometimes can just be overshooting the storm altogether. And so it's not going to really give an accurate depiction of what we're looking at. And so we have to rely on other features, what reflectivity looks like and trained storm spotters and things of that nature. I'm going to go ahead and go back to this storm moving through Franklin and Colbert County, and Eric's about to do a cut in a minute. Because this storm is really spreading out.
Go to the shear rate, please. Yeah. It looks far more ominous than.
Right.
Can you hit the home view, please?
And I think it's just because it's a classic hail producer.
And give me high top, please. Thank you.
If y'all don't remember the storm last Sunday that had that kidney bean shape, classic supercell, had a hook and everything. Looked very scary, and its bark was worse than its bite. It was just a classic hailstorm. Didn't produce a tornado.
All right, folks watching on the stream, we're going to do a little cut in here shortly, and we'll get right back to you. I am ready and back. Thank you.
This is a 48 first alert.
Good Monday morning, everyone. It is 3:02, and you're watching 48 News right now. We'll get back to regular programming here in a second alongside meteorologist Chelsea Aaron here in the 48 Weather Center. No need to be on television at this time, but we are tracking severe storms. You can find that on our WAFF 48 Facebook page. Right now, the strongest storm is actually just over the state line, and this is moving into parts of Lincoln County. So this is for you in Fayetteville, Bellevue, out to Huntland. Severe thunderstorm warning issued by the National Weather Service. This will go until 3:45 a.m., includes parts of Moore and Franklin County as well. But this has the potential of producing some 60-mile-per-hour winds as it moves east, along with probably some pea to maybe dime size hail. Going to put a storm track on this for you. There's a ton of lightning with this, but it's mainly the threat for 55 to 60 mile per hour winds. This is a fast moving storm too, moving off to the east about 55 miles per hour. To give you that arrival time, Fort Fayetteville here around 3:13, and this is for straight line winds out to Winchester at 3:43, the Deckard area 3:45, and out to Cowan, Tennessee there at 3:49. Very strong winds with this storm just over the state line. Includes parts of Ardmore, both in Alabama and Tennessee. Now, if you pull back the view, we have another severe thunderstorm warning now in far parts of northwest Alabama, including you in Colbert as well as Franklin County. And this storm is mainly going to be not so much for the wind threat, but this is going to be for the potential of large hail. Hailstones 1 inch to 1.25 inches in diameter. Now, it looks a little concerning with that radar signature, but this is solely based on the hail threat here. A very strong hail core with strong updrafts. So this is moving into parts of western Colbert County. Will continue to track eastward here, and this severe thunderstorm warning that will go until 3:30, just based on that threat for large hail. Wind gusts with this probably 30 to 40 miles per hour. Turn on the lightning really quick. This is a very electrical storm, so if you're up there in Cherokee, this is going to be very, very noisy. This might just clip you in Russellville. If you are in Russellville and parts of northeast Franklin County, you probably hear that in the distance. A lot of heavy rainfall. The good news is behind this off to the west, not very organized convection, some thunder, lightning, and heavy rain, but this threat will continue to track to the east as we go through the morning hours. So just one more time to reset the view here on the radar. Severe thunderstorm warning for wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour in parts of Middle Tennessee, including Lincoln, Moore, and Franklin County. That goes until 3:45. Threat for large hail right now in western Colbert and parts of northwest Franklin County in northwest Alabama. Again, join us on our Facebook stream. We'll continue to track these storms for you. For meteorologist Chelsea, Aaron, and myself, we'll see you in a little bit. Okay, that pretty much sums up all the warnings there. No substantial change to anything.
Is that your stomach?
I ate my granola bar.
I think you need more than that. Just continuing to watch the shear rate with the storm. Again, not tornadic, but it is producing fairly large hail. Could be half dollar size. That's around 1.25 inches. And then also that storm, severe warned storm, moving through Lincoln County, switching back between radar sites here. The speed of this storm is very, very fast, 60 miles per hour. One of our faster storms. Some people even asking, are storms even going to reach our area? Yes, they will in due time, I promise. Might not necessarily be severe, but heavy rainfall, lightning guaranteed throughout the rest of the evening. But the reason that this storm is moving so quickly is due to the gust front. Basically sped it up. So again, this is moving due east, 60 miles per hour through Lincoln County. Will impact Deckard, Huntland, Winchester down the line. Very strong wind gusts, damaging straight line winds. These are not spinning, there's no twisting, but they still could cause damage. That's for sure. And this one isn't even really producing a lot of wind, it's just hail.
Solely a hail core with that.
And yeah, the worst part of this storm should miss you, Russellville, but you might get clipped. So
It's blowing good in Kelso. Yeah, I believe it. Go to the swath, yeah. Just that consistent threat for hail now moving through Colbert County. Ton of lightning. That's been
Crooked Oak.
very consistent. The storm producing the wind there in Lincoln County, it's not as pretty looking as it was. Yeah, Florine, I did the cut-in on television about 3 or 4 minutes ago. We're just trying to do them at the top of every hour, let people know that we are here in case they wonder what's going on, and then we push them over to the stream that you guys are watching on Facebook right now. Raining bad and lightning in Coldwater, Tennessee. Matthew, thank you.
And again, the one in southern middle Tennessee, that severe thunderstorm warning will go through 3:45, and then the one in Franklin and Colbert County goes through 3:30. But if trends hold, especially with the one in Franklin and Colbert County, they could be issuing it downstream. So I'm going to do a quick storm track on here because people asking when is it going to get to their town. And I know that's been the golden question even more so tonight because it's taking so long. But this is still moving due east, so I really just want to focus this storm versus this line. And the storm moving east about 35 miles per hour, a lot slower than the one to the north. Again, that's going to be noted due to the gust front.
Michael, up there in Fayetteville, a lot of wind coming your way, some thunder and lightning too. So this would be one of those storms, you know, just stay away from a window. But those winds could be about 60 miles per hour with that storm moving through Lincoln County, Fayetteville. That's what made me chuckle.
And I'm just going to take this out really through I-65.
Hazel.
So Hatton, right around 4, if it holds its characteristics, keep that in mind. Cortland, just after 4, so about an hour. Trinity, 4:30, and Decatur, 4:41. And again, that's if it maintains its speed, intensity, direction, all of the above.
Thunder and lightning in Hazel Green. Yep.
That's just from
Mainly
development.
from, the northern storm there, the one that has a severe thunderstorm warning on it for parts of Lincoln County. '48 weather app, heavy rain near your home. Nothing too eventful, nothing too concerning at the moment, just to reiterate for you folks. We've got about 1,400 of you on the stream, and that's pretty good for a Monday at 3:12 a.m. Getting ready for the work and school week. Speaking of school, numerous delayed starts across the area. Full list on our website, WAFF.com. We're not getting any storm reports. The last storm report we had come in was from Mississippi, and that was a hail report of quarter-size hail. Storm over Colbert County, Diane's asking that, and that is mainly for a hail threat. The wording on the severe thunderstorm warning is for hail of 1 inch to 1.25 inches in diameter. That's not so much a wind threat with that storm there in Colbert County. The wind threat is now going to be pushing through Fayetteville up there in Lincoln County.
And yeah, someone asking me or asking us, so about 5 o'clock in the morning for Decatur, yeah, just based on latest trends. Might not be severe by the time it reaches you. We're really trying to see how these storms basically behave once they reach I-65 corridor and push east. We're expecting a weakening trend for sure, but when and where that's going to happen.
So these are the strongest winds that are about to roll right through Fayetteville right now, Lincoln County. 70-mile-per-hour wind isn't going to be at the surface, but probably 65-mile-per-hour wind with that. Quite a bit of lightning, so this is in Lincoln County there in Middle Tennessee, including you in downtown Fayetteville. That wind will eventually track northeast, so if you're in Winchester, this is coming your way. I know we had a storm track on that not too long ago. We'll have to watch that kind of leading edge, although it's got convection in front of it too.
Separate area of lightning in between Tullahoma, Estill Springs, not even really included in this warning. But yeah, the worst of the winds by far is going right over the top of Fayetteville, as Eric just mentioned.
Is south of Russellville going to be in the clear on severe weather? That's Murray's question. You got to give it a little bit there, Murray. The hail, the strongest hail, is going to be to your north. Not saying you won't see any hail, but the largest hail is going to be to your north. Mainly isolated to parts of Colbert County there.
And that's starting to show back up again, Eric.
Mm-hmm. It's that hail tool. You just kind of see that little purple blip. So Crooked Oak, Littleville.
Which could again mean that it's cycling.
And one thing that's been lacking this morning are rotating storms. These storms really haven't shown any concerning rotation. Obviously a trend that we like. Large hail and wind and a ton of cloudy ground lightning. Those will be the primary concerns. And then the threat for heavy rainfall leading to maybe flooding, flash flooding, potential roadway flooding. If you know a certain parking lot or a certain road that you take to work when it sees a lot of heavy rainfall, this might be one of those mornings where you do see that water over the roadways.
And just keeping a close eye on the velocity here. Two severe warned storms at the moment. I believe this warning goes through 3:30. The one moving through southern Middle Tennessee, Fayetteville, down the line, Moore, Franklin County, that's going to go through 3:45 in the morning. There is storms back in northeastern Mississippi. These are not severe. And Eric, this is really favoring the graph model.
Which usually has a pretty decent grasp. The timing was just about spot on. I know Chelsea was really giving you guys the updates on the timing.
But the back building is...
Well, yeah, that's just kind of messy, raggedy convection there.
The graph showed that really well, though, especially across northwest Alabama. But again, we don't really expect that to be severe, and that's just going to add to the rain-cooled atmosphere and the potential flooding event throughout the evening or morning. My goodness, I keep saying that.
Yeah, I know this isn't the most exciting Facebook Live, but I'm not going to complain about a lack of storms to cover. Hail threat continues for you in Colbert County. Lincoln County still have a wind threat. Dylan, the cap would be warmer air above the surface that essentially prevents these storms from reaching their maximum coverage. It doesn't let the storms grow vertically. And when they grow vertically, you get a stronger updraft. They become more organized. The cap is almost like a lid on the atmosphere. Think of a pot of boiling water, but you've got the lid on it, and that keeps it from boiling over. Well, when you take that lid off, the cap would break, and then that water starts boiling all over your stove.
And then you get the steam.
And then you get all that steam, and then everything goes up vertically, and it's a kind of one of the easier ways to really very little wind with that storm. That is solely warned for hail, and we always reiterate, lightning is not a cause for a severe thunderstorm warning.
Even though it sometimes can be just as scary when you're hearing all the booming around.
You hear the thunder, the lightning flashes, and you know that's obviously an intense thunderstorm, but it's not severe based on the amount of lightning it's producing. I always thought eventually they would come up with some kind of like lightning warning, just like we have a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. I always thought they'd come up with like a lightning warning, but that has never been implemented. What's it looking like for Moulton? You still have some time. Probably hear the thunder in the distance. And your biggest concern in parts of more so Cortland than Moulton, it's going to be a hail concern.
Yeah, this storm should generally stay north of that line.
Just moving so slow.
It is.
So slow. And then
It's like watching paint dry.
I wouldn't say stable. I just wouldn't say as instable.
Unstable.
Unstable, yeah.
You're trying to combine instability.
Limited instability, but I wouldn't say this is a stable atmosphere. Cindy, you're welcome.
And this was something that I was noticing, Eric, and I said this during my stream earlier at 4:30. The highest parameters in terms of instability, which the wind shear was not overly impressive, were basically in place before the storms arrived. Now, granted, instability was still pretty pronounced once the storms were starting to move in, but they did drop.
So that severe thunderstorm warning continues. Still have the mention of inch and a quarter diameter hail. So that's larger than quarter size. Is that $50?
Yeah.
$50 hail,
size.
Chelsea, thank you. Good news is the storms that are in Mississippi west of Belmont, those don't look to be much of anything at all. So good news for you folks that are in Franklin County.
Florence again included in this, but you'll more than likely just see heavy rain and lightning or hear thunder. And that severe thunderstorm warning still ongoing there in Lincoln County. Man, the winds are just holding together there. Heads up, Huntland, Winchester. This is still moving quite quickly.
Yeah, wind with that, probably 50 to 60 miles per hour. So this has moved through and across 231 now. This is going to be moving east of you in Fayetteville as well as Bellevue. Still cloud ground lightning a concern there. And then this is essentially going to move into parts of Moore and Franklin County in Middle Tennessee.
No twisting, turning of the winds, just damaging straight line winds.
A lot of lightning right now on our camera out in the shoals, looking over Wilson Dam and Wilson Lake.
We can go ahead and show you that.
Well, now I said it, so you know it's not going to do it. So this would be looking at the storm. I wouldn't go as far as the Fayetteville storm. But there you
it
go.
Goes.
There's a few flashes for you. That's what we're looking at. You're looking at that storm, the one that's producing the hail threat. There's been no discussion of that severe thunderstorm watch being swapped out with, or the tornado watch that goes through 5 a.m. being swapped out with that severe thunderstorm watch. No new mention of that. Again, that could be something they do down the road. And this same cold front is going to produce a severe weather threat for areas to our east and southeast, all the way down to the Gulf beaches, parts of Georgia, into the mid-Atlantic. The same cold front today, Monday, going to continue to see that severe weather threat continuing.
Christina, little wind, cloudy, some birds chirping in Huntsville by Gate 7. Thank you. Not much going on in Madison County at the moment. Not much going on in several places. Northwest Alabama, you've seen most of the action up to this point, and also portions of southern Middle Tennessee. But it's slow go here, as this line sinks to the south and east. We still have that tornado watch in effect through 5 o'clock in the morning, but we're really not seeing that threat. And heavy rainfall flooding going to be a concern now due to the slow movement of not only these storms, but this line as we head through the early morning commute. And yeah, this storm is just looking very ominous. Very large hail core, still $half-dollar sized hail possible. we'll continue to watch the spin up threat closely. But just really not seeing any areas of rotation. Wind, hail, primary impacts, which that's what we were expecting. Overnight and through the early morning hour. And they are going to reissue this severe thunderstorm warning in Franklin and Colbert counties downstream here just momentarily. There it goes. This is going to include now portions of Lawrence County, Cortland, Hatton, Old Bethel, Leeton, Town Creek, they did bump the hail size back to quarter size, about 1 inch in diameter. Wind still not impressive. But it does have, I mean, has an interesting look to say the least.
Yeah, it's just that one area of the storm that's going to be north of Crooked Oak. It's getting all that inflow into it. And instead of making that storm rotate, it's just feeding that updraft, and that's producing a large hail threat. But based on them lowering the size of the hail, could potentially show a very gradual weakening trend.
Which the lightning has definitely gone
The lightning is definitely down. Still have that storm up in Tennessee. That's now going to be moving into parts of eastern Lincoln County. A lot of flashes still on the Shoals camera. I might drink 3 cups of coffee before the news even starts.
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
I think it is a bad idea. Be bouncing off the walls.
I think I would have a heart attack. I don't really do well with caffeine at all. But I was never a coffee drinker. I think I got like a single cup Keurig whenever I was in grad school. My mom got it for me. And yeah, I would have a cup and basically just have severe anxiety. Just do not do well with all of the extra energy.
My wife is one of those coffee fiends where the day cannot start until she has her coffee. I don't drink it on the weekend. That's the weird thing. Like, I don't
You don't need
feel the need for it on the weekend. It's just when I'm here, and I'm sure a lot of that just has to do with the hours that I am here. Like this morning, for example, when I came in and Chelsea was well into her Facebook Live right at midnight when I walked in, and coffee is good. I enjoy it.
in doses. Now, some people drink the Celsius drinks, and I had maybe 2 sips of that. I think it was one time when I was actually filling in for you, Gina gave me one of hers. I had 2 sips, and I felt like that sent me to the moon, so.
Yeah, I've never been an energy drink person. If that's your thing, good for you. Not my thing. Did they cancel that warning?
Yes.
Okay, so severe thunderstorm warning now for Lincoln, Moore, and Franklin counties. That's been allowed to expire. Still a lot of lightning, maybe some pea to dime size hail with that, but that is a good trend for the northern storms. We've got this storm here, still moving very slowly through Colbert County. That's for a threat of large hail. And then I don't think we would see anything necessarily severe coming out of this.
Could be strong, maybe.
I think maybe some small hail with that and more lightning too. Corey's asking the differences between the colors of the lightning. You can see we have gold strikes and we have white strikes. I believe the
Cloud
white
to ground.
strikes are the cloud to cloud or general lightning. The gold would be cloud to ground lightning strikes.
Yes.
The newer ones will be the ones that flash too. The newer ones that come in with these scans would be the ones that flash on the radar. It's a good question. I know sometimes we just start moving things around and kind of skip over some of the... No cream, no sugar for this guy. Drink it as is.
Yeah, maybe some 45 mile per hour wind gusts possible with these. These could be strong, as Eric mentioned, pea-sized hail. Seeing if Memphis, this is Memphis territory back here in northeastern Mississippi, they're getting any reports. That's something that we're really lacking tonight, which is never a bad thing at all. But they continue to clear counties out of the tornado watch, which is another promising sign that we're not expecting intensification on the back edge of this line. Only severe warned storm we have still in Colbert County. It'll take some time to get to you in Lawrence County. Wind, not really impressive, less than 50 miles per hour. This severe warning was drawn up due to hail, which remains quite large, but they have bumped it down to 1 inch in diameter. Lightning has gone down tremendously. Note, quarter-size hail still could maybe cause some dings on your car if it's outside, not under a carport. Maybe some damage to your shingles here and there.
Whatever did the day we had the high risk, that was the day we had that really big hail.
March 15th.
Come out of, yeah, my wife's birthday. How could I forget that?
You're going to be in trouble now.
Yeah, moving out of that large hail came right out of Franklin County into Colbert County. Now, you know, again, we said this wasn't going to be the most riveting stream when we've got people talking about their favorite beverages, caffeinated or not. You know, that's a good sign. That means that there's nothing too imminent. No one needs to be seeking shelter. Any of these storms that are producing a lot of lightning, just do yourself a favor, avoid the windows in your home. It is 3:36 now on a Monday morning, starting off another week. It is the last day of March, believe it or not. I feel like March did go by relatively quick. April is always the month, historically, that is our most active severe weather month. And we've got a lot of chances for rain and storms as we go through the middle to latter part of the work and school week and into next weekend. But I don't think one particular day really stands out. I think the severe weather threat that develops for Wednesday, mainly during the evening, maybe into Thursday, I think that stays to our west.
Very conditional as of right now.
That would be a great way of putting a conditional threat. Hopefully those storms don't move through our area, but we'll continue to keep you updated on that, of course. But
yeah, Eric, I talked about that earlier too. It's basically we're tracking a boundary. And if that boundary were to be able to scoot itself farther south, then we would have a very unstable environment for potentially all modes of severe weather, but it may or may not happen. We don't have high confidence just yet, which is why no 48 first alert weather day has been issued. And I think it's safe to say, even though we're going to see more rounds of storms later in the week, likely into next weekend, it's very much, I wouldn't say the same setup, but it's close in terms of just a conditional threat. It's not clear, it's not cut and dry, so to speak. It's not something that
I mean, I think we have to watch record high temperatures.
Yes.
We're on record high temperature watch, and both Wednesday and Thursday, the days with that conditional threat, they will just be very windy days. General gradient winds could be gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour. When I was typing the forecast that you see show up on your hour-by-hour forecast for the weather app, typed in some wind gusts. I think I just went 30 plus, but there's a chance that we see wind gusts maybe 40 plus miles per hour, and that's going to give us pretty high fire danger. Now, Wednesday will be a more humid day. If it was windy and dry versus windy and humid, I think we'd have greater fire danger. And obviously, we've seen quite a bit of rainfall lately. We've almost eliminated our drought altogether. We've got some abnormally dry areas, but that is about it. We've made huge strides since the end of the fall season and the early winter season. 2 snowfall events, a lot of heavy rain events lately. That March 15th weather event, some of you saw half a foot of rain, 6+ inches of rainfall with that. So here's the storm timeline. This is for large hail potential through parts of Colbert and then moving into parts of Lawrence County. There's a few of you in Lauderdale County that are in this polygon. Maybe your weather radio went off or your 48 weather app went off. Just the concern of large hail with this right now. Go back to the, yeah, it's going to be right there. About to cross over Highway 43. So this is south of the Shoals, north of you in Littleville, and it's basically going to split all those towns right down the middle. Like a football through the uprights. Boaz, Albertville, Cody asking that question. You've got probably 2 hours. And I think the biggest threat through the morning will be a lot of lightning, heavy rainfall making the morning commute difficult. Some of these storms will produce that larger hail threat. That's likely if we see warnings coming out, it will be for that threat for large hail. The storm that was producing the strongest winds in Lincoln County, as soon as it moved through Fayetteville, those winds dropped off very quickly and they dropped the severe thunderstorm warning. And whoever was asking about the radar, how we switch between the radar sites, this is a good example. Once it moves a little farther east, usually when it goes east of Hatton to Cortland, then we're kind of on the fence of, what radar do we actually use?
This is what I was talking about, no man's land. There's really not a good site that's close enough.
And Coleman County is another one.
Mm-hmm.
You could use Birmingham, you could use High Top, you could use Columbus, but all 3 of those radars
Are equal distance.
They're all equal distant. You're kind of in that Bermuda Triangle, if you will, and you're not hitting the lowest part of the storm. And hitting the lowest part of the storm gives us the best look at it because we know what's happening at the base of the clouds. When we were tracking those tornadoes for you, again with the March weather event, we were saying, we had debris, which that alone is an indication that we had a tornado at some point before it moved into Coleman County. I think that was an EF2. But we could see the debris, but you're not getting the best look at the rotation. And the higher up you go, usually that rotation looks a bit more broad, but it could be a lot tighter at the surface. You could start packing up, I guess.
Okay.
I'm just going to leave this going, and then at some point, probably about 4:15, I'm going to have to end the live.
And that's when this warning expires. Don't forget, whenever you end this live, you have to manually go back there to end the YouTube.
I don't know how to do that. So we're going to go on a little field trip. We're going to be back in 1 minute. Chelsea needs to show me how to turn off the YouTube stream, which someone sent me a message looking for the YouTube stream, and they said, never mind, I found it. So that is working. That's good. All right, we'll be right back. Okay, Eric knows how to turn off the YouTube stream when he is finished, so that is important. All right, still just, if you're in Littleville, some hail coming your way. Same with you in Old Bethel, Leeton area, Hatton, out to Cortland, eventually Trinity. This hail core will probably stay together. And wrong mouse, wrong computer. Yeah, so that warning goes until 4:15. Here's the big picture look for y'all. Severe storms right now. The one we have is in Colbert County, and that is basically just for a threat of large hail. That does include you in parts of Lawrence County, not quite into Limestone County. We had a severe thunderstorm warning in Lincoln County. Now there's just torrential rainfall in parts of Moore and Franklin County and parts of northern Madison County, especially northeast Madison County. Torrential rainfall, maybe some pea-sized hail with that, and that's heading toward the high top radar site. But here's the big widespread look here. Nothing jumping off the radar screen saying, you know, this is really an area to watch other than for the threat of large hail right now in central and eastern Colbert County. There's a lot of lightning. What's behind that, this is the hail threat. What's here, I don't think that's necessarily going to come severe. If it does, it would probably be for another threat of hail. See that swath? This is what prompted the warning, but notice how it does get narrower. That means that this is probably doesn't have as strong of an updraft. Showing kind of a weakening trend. So, reminder, newscast starts at 4:30. Nothing too pressing at the moment, folks. Pea-size hail just off 72. Thank you, Jacob. Sent me a message. All right. Weather 48 to radar. And then all right, so right now, no severe thunderstorm warnings. Weather Service dropping the severe thunderstorm warning that was out there in Colbert County. So we have no severe storms at this time. All right, meteorologist Chelsea Aaron is heading home for the morning. We have no severe storms right now, and we could not ask for a better trend. Things may pick back up. We've got a ton of lightning across the area. Just put it in motion. Again, these are the kind of streams that they just kind of drag along, but we don't want to, you know, stop streaming. A lot of you might be waking up a little earlier than normal because you hear the thunder in the distance or you had a flash of lightning just outside the window. We have a tornado watch that still is ongoing. That continues. Sorry, I'm trying to get my computer set up for from Chelsea's workspace to my workspace, and you kind of just have to click through some things. Yeah, looking at Wednesday's convective outlook, Chelsea and I were talking about this not too long ago. It's almost that same large enhanced area like we had today, but I think the bigger threat for Wednesday, it's going to be to our west. At least that's what my gut kind of tells me right now. We have what we call somewhat of a conditional threat of severe weather where it depends on kind of how the atmosphere rebounds and just kind of what we're looking at as far as those storms moving over our area. But I think for people to our west and to our north, all the way up into Illinois, I think it could be a very active day of potential severe weather for them. So I'm actually going to switch out my microphone, so I'm going to be muted for 1 minute. Again, nothing severe at this time. There is a lot of lightning, maybe some pea to dime size hail for some of you, but there are no severe storms right now, but we're going to keep watching these. Just give me 1 second to swap out my microphone with the one Chelsea was wearing, and I'll be right back with you. All right, as promised, I am back. Sorry, just had to swap out microphones. It sounds very easy, but you kind of have to run it through your button-up shirt, and it's a little more difficult if you clip it on your tie. You don't want it hanging out or anything. No severe storms. The Tennessee counties have now been dropped from the tornado watch. So they will be dropped from the watch here. Usually it takes a second for this graphic to update. The rest of us still under a tornado watch until 5 a.m. So that gives us another hour and 5 minutes left in this tornado watch. More north than that, Dwayne, to answer your question about Wednesday. I think it would be more north than that, and I think more west too. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. Certainly something we will continue to monitor is Wednesday's threat of severe weather. But that is very much so a what we call conditional threat. So going to make sure that for those that have been on for a long time, I was talking about how our computer switches over at 3 a.m. from Sunday to Monday, and the reason it's delayed in case we go on late for sports or whatever. I was building the 10-day forecast, but everything was a day off. It was a day behind, essentially. I just want to make sure I've got this correct. The first alert weather day will continue probably through mid-morning. We'll let you know when we drop that. Right now, love to see the trend on the radar. High of 69 today. Actually, we probably already hit it. The actual high was probably 12:01 a.m., and we were probably at 70 degrees, 71 for Huntsville, maybe 72 for the Shoals. But later today, we'll cool down, and then we'll briefly warm back up to the mid to upper 60s. Tomorrow might be one of the nicer days of the week. 71, partly cloudy, not too windy either. Windy day coming for Wednesday. You're not looking at what I'm trying to show you. That's on my end. Weather 48 to max. There you go. Now you're going to see the 10-day forecast. Tuesday, 71, partly cloudy, not a lot of wind. Love to see that. And then as we go into Wednesday, a very windy day, high temperature 85 degrees. I mentioned this when Chelsea was still here. She went home after a long day, of course. We're going to have to look at some of the high temperature records as we go into Tuesday is April 1st, April 2nd, 3rd, 4th through Friday. And we might have some records that we are at least in the vicinity of. 84 on Thursday, isolated storms, scattered storm potential on Friday. And Dwayne, you were asking about Wednesday, Thursday. Again, right now going with that more conditional threat. So we'll continue to keep you updated on that. That would potentially be our next weather maker. But some of the models not on board with it, and I like not on board. I like when the models don't say, hey, threat for severe weather. And then Saturday into Sunday, big temperature drop, and there's actually, I think it's going to be Sunday night into Monday of next week. That's the day we could see actually some frost across the area too. Potentially for some areas. That's why we always give you that April 15th date if you plan on doing any planting. So yeah, Lincoln County now out of the tornado watch. Although it still shows up on this graphic. So give it a couple minutes. Check some of my other graphics. So this is one of the models that we're going to look at here. Here's 7 a.m. So strongest rain and wind threat, most widespread at 7 o'clock, will be there for northeast Alabama, Jackson, and DeKalb County. But if you keep going, we'll just have some kind of lingering rain through parts of mid-morning. Some storms off to our south, so if you're heading to Birmingham today, you're going to run into that. And then we start to dry out. Temperatures will be in the 50s and 60s, wind becoming more northwesterly, and then we're mostly clear to partly cloudy overnight. Morning temperatures tomorrow will be cooler, upper 30s to low 40s. Good looking day though, partly cloudy, mostly sunny. Temperatures in the upper 60s, low 70s for Tuesday. And as we go into Wednesday, notice how warm Wednesday is, even at noon there in the 60s, a few showers popping up. And then we have to watch some of the storms developing to our west into Wednesday afternoon, evening. But notice how it just kind of stalls out. And this would be a torrential rainfall event for those areas of West Tennessee, maybe along the Mississippi River too. Right now, at least this model, I believe this is the European model. And then finally, by Thursday, maybe into Friday, just chances for kind of scattered storms. So if that's the setup based on this European model run, I don't think we, have a threat for severe storms Wednesday into Thursday. But this is early. This is several days away. Just something to keep an eye on. Nothing severe right now. That is good. So we're going to start with this. Going to do this. Just trying to get my start of the newscast hit set up. Yeah, and even this, see a couple severe storms down here. This would have impacts for Starkville. But it's getting to the point where these storms now are tracking more east and almost southeast. There's a little bit of a northeasterly component there. Storm coming out of Tupelo, we'll watch that, but that's not going to be severe. I think the more unstable atmosphere is easily going to be over parts of central Alabama to our south. So if I go pallets, give me hail size. Yeah, that's not showing up anymore. So, ton of lightning. There's been no change to that. Take you back to the radar. See where our temperatures are at. So, we've cooled off significantly in Middle Tennessee. Once you had those winds go through, 61 Fayetteville, 61 Pulaski, 61 Lawrenceburg, and mid to upper 60s everywhere else. Dew point, a little bit drier north of the state line, and that's why they dropped the watch there, kind of getting that cooler, drier air filtering in while everyone else is plenty saturated. And look at the winds. Winds right now are out of the south and west about 5 to 15 miles per hour. And then the wind forecast for today, we'll just see some general wind gusts, probably 15 to 20 miles per hour, especially through late morning into the afternoon. And you can see how that wind becomes southwesterly initially, then you get more of the west-northwesterly component, and that will be when that cold front actually goes through. So we have a special weather statement. This is for northern Jackson and southeastern Franklin counties. So that's going to be Franklin County in Tennessee and basically the high top area northeast of you in Newmarket. And this is for penny-size hail and 30-mile-per-hour winds. And that had the strongest winds there earlier this morning. Still have a ton of lightning here with this storm in Colbert County. Colbert County has had the most lightning hands down here this morning, but also parts of Franklin County with a ton of lightning too. I was telling the folks in back in production TMP that probably not going to do a cut in here. We've been doing them since 11 o'clock. Every hour, just update people, push them over to this Facebook stream. And there's just so much lightning there in northwest Alabama. It's really impressive, actually. So that storm might be intensifying a little bit. Hail swath. So this is going to be, now I'm getting myself confused. I'm showing myself one thing, but you guys are seeing something totally different. The swath that I'm showing you on the radar, once it pops up on your screen here in a second, that's going to be from when this storm was actually severe earlier. So it's not necessarily what it's showing right now. I don't think we have a big hail threat right now. Maybe here, kind of on the southern end, some of that peta-dime size hail right there. Go over here to HTX hail, and I want to show you that storm that maybe has the, so it's a storm that's going to move over high top right here and head toward Jasper, South Pittsburgh, I-24. That's a storm that might be producing some of those 30-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail. It's the one that's moving toward high top. A little bit of lightning with that. Yeah, lightning is going to be the big thing this morning. And some of you are maybe waking up saying, what is going on? These storms have to be severe. They are not severe at this time. So that's always a plus. Just going through the hour-by-hour forecast. So the hour-by-hour forecast you see on our map, or on the 48 weather app, rather, every morning I try and go through and make it as accurate as I think it's going to be as we go through the day. A lot of you rely on the hour-by-hour forecast, so we try and keep it as accurate as possible. The temperature change, yeah, most places still warmer than yesterday. But these temps are going to start to fall off here. Yeah, that is more accurate than what it was showing, so. Not the most exciting Facebook Live, and I'm more than okay with it. Appreciate you all hanging out with me on this Monday morning. I'm meteorologist Chelsea Aaron, finally going home to get some rest. Long evening for her. Came in to join her around midnight this morning. And the day just getting started for me. The newscast's going to start here at 4:30. So, nothing right now, maybe concerns of some smaller hail, not necessarily severe hail. Obviously, a ton of lightning there in with this Colbert-Franklin County storm. That is just so much lightning. Nothing as far as rotation is jumping out at me. See where it shows the strongest rotation is right here, but then you put the radar on it and you see nothing's there. It's kind of just picking up on that. non-severe winds. Let's see what we got for winds here. Yeah, if you're in Russellville, you got some pretty decent wind coming. Not severe wind, but pretty strong winds coming your way there in Russellville. And that's what we've got. Just a ton of lightning. Potential for some hail with that in Franklin County. The hail with this would probably be in this area right there. Any potential hail. Checking the Weather Service chat rooms, and nothing new. No storm reports here this morning. Always, you know, coming out of Mississippi, especially with the overnight events, you don't always get any storm reports. We had a report of quarter-size hail there with that storm all the way back when it was in Boonville. But that's it here this morning. As far as I know, no power outages across the area. Things are looking pretty good. Still hail possible, very heavy rain, ton of lightning. I think the rain threat is really going to become more and more impactful as people start heading out to work and kids head to school here on this Monday morning. So we'll continue to just kind of monitor the road threat for you. Looking at our Shoals camera off camera. I'm trying to say off scene. Not what you're seeing. Off camera, quite a few lightning strikes there from the Wilson Dam camera. And it's going to be looking at that storm that's potentially producing that larger hail threat. Could get you that camera though. There's a flash there for you. Yeah, heads up in Russellville. No need to seek shelter or anything, but probably some hail with this. There's a ton of cloud ground lightning, maybe some 40 to 40 mile per hour winds. It's probably a safe play there. Just stay away from windows there, Russellville. This is going to pass right in between Muscle Shoals, Florence, Russellville too. Right in between there. There is a significant lightning jump, so we're going to watch the trends on this. Yeah, there's just so much lightning with that. And it's probably going to produce more hail in the area that already saw the heaviest hail of the morning. Largest hail, too. Some of these winds aren't necessarily severe, but they are gusty. Asking about Coxsey, you're kind of on the northern edge of this. You'll probably hear the thunder, see some of the lightning too. But as far as the hail threat, I think that stays south of you. In Athens, based on the more easterly movement, I think this storm will stay south of you too. A lot of thunder, lightning. You'll probably see some heavy rainfall in Athens, Betty. Excuse me, allergies. Look at all that lightning, though. 316 strikes. See, just this little area, over 300 lightning strikes. And I say little area, you know, it's a bigger area, but get what I'm saying. And we'll still just have to kind of watch this here. It's going to be east of Baldwin. That's not severe. Maybe some hail with that. You got to go all the way out here along I-55 before we see the next severe storms. And those are mainly moving east. Yeah, Franklin County, Russellville, not quite Phil Campbell. Phil Campbell, you shouldn't miss out on this round. Russellville, get ready for some wind, some hail probably. Won't be severe hail. There's just so much lightning with this, I wouldn't be venturing out. Lightning just took out our power. Cedar Creek Lake. Diana, thank you for the report. Hope everyone's okay and hope they restore your power soon. And it's not always severe storms that could do things like knock out your power. All right, everything looks in order here for the newscast. All right, guys, it is 4:19, and our newscast starts at 4:30. I'm going to end this stream. To reiterate, we do not have any severe storms right now. No warnings. We have a tornado watch that continues through 5 a.m. for several North Alabama counties, so we've got another 40 minutes on that tornado watch. They were mulling over the idea of maybe replacing that tornado watch with a severe thunderstorm watch. I have not heard anything since they first mentioned that. No severe weather right now. Colbert, Franklin, and eventually parts of Lawrence County, a ton of lightning, potential for hail, and non-severe winds. So I'm going to end this stream. Our newscast starts at 4:30. You can watch us on your television, of course, and you could also go to our website, WAFF.com, or if you have the news app, you hit that watch live and you'll be able to watch our newscast. So this will end our streaming coverage for the morning. I will cut into programming as needed. Obviously, we're going into our newscast. That's our airtime, so we could use it however we would like. But this is going to end the stream. Nothing severe right now. We are watching for trends, a lot of lightning, threats for some non-severe winds, and potential for larger hail here this morning. Not to be overlooked, heavy rainfall leading to hazardous travel. So have a great morning. Meteorologist Eric Burke signing off. Join us for our news that starts in 9 minutes.